Good day, everyone. Today is September 22nd, 2013. My name is Steve Loflamo II, your moderator, and this is Liberia Destiny Debaters.org, seeking Liberia's destiny through steward public political discourses in its totality, without flights, name-calling, insults, or personal attacks. Our guests are Honorable Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs Person, Tarloh Quiwonkpa, Co-Chair, Movement of Liberians Against Corruption, MULA, Jerry Wesley One, Communication Director, Movement Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. The minister is driving us, so that's why the noise is coming from his end. So we will keep his line like this until we do our introductory here, and then we are also going to be joined by Fulton Shanna, 18th Secretary General, Unity Party, USA. So we're yet to see Fulton Shanna. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters. As we always do here, we ask that we please respect each of our guests, and if anyone tries to misbehave or to have a personal attack here on anyone, we not hesitate to drive you off our line. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters. We're going to go ahead and ask Minister Brown to introduce himself. Minister Brown?
Well, thank you again for having me. I hope I am as audible as I want to be so that all of your listeners from around the United States can hear me. It's always a pleasure to join you all in what I believe is a constructive engagement about what's unfolding in our country. And as Minister of Information, I welcome this opportunity to share the views of the government with your many listeners. Thank you very much.
Let's go to Tarloh Quiwonkpa. Tarloh Quiwonkpa, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beeflaw. I'd also like to thank the Minister for being on the program along with other guests that are on the show.
Mr. Brown, you excuse me, Tarloh. Mr. Brown, can you put your window up, please, sir?
It is. The windows are up. Are you getting feedback?
Yes, we can get a feedback from you. We can't hear from Tarloh. We can't hear Tarloh very well.
Oh, my windows are up. I'm sorry, I'm on the road.
Okay, Tarloh, go ahead.
Like I said, I'd like to thank all of our guests on the program tonight. I would like to take a special time to also thank our listeners, particularly in Monrovia, Liberia, our homeland. It should tell us that those of us that are on the program to hear about our country and the events that's been happening in our country and when I'm over. I will also say thanks to our Bola friends work to Canada, Europe, Liberia, and of course the USA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now go to Jerry Wesley One, Communication Director of Continental Liberian Against Corruption.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Jerry Williams, In addition to being the communications director for Classy, the concerned Liberians against corruption and impunity, I'm also the executive director and producer of the authoritative and informative Liberian African News Service Lens, based here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. I welcome an opportunity to speak with the government representative in the person of Mr. Louis Brown. And so, I thank you very much. I think we have a better case to make. While Liberians will be protesting on Tuesday here in the United States and in Liberia, calling for the unconditional resignation of the president. Our country has violated the Constitution and the oath of office that he took on January 16th to uphold the rule of law and defend the Constitution.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, we're going to block your line, so every time we want you to speak, we'll come back to your line and open your line. Just keep it a little bit better for our listeners here. So we'll keep you on the line, Minister Brown, but we'll always block your line for the listeners. Jerry Watiwon, Communication Director for Class C. That's Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters. My name is D. Flo Flomo. I will be a control. And for those of you who joining us for the first time, welcome again. And those of you also joining us from Liberia, along with the President of Liberia visiting the United States, we say welcome to the United States. We hope you have a great time while here with us. Go ahead and we're going to go ahead and start the conversation here by taking the first call. Please direct your question or questions to anyone, to either of our guests here, while we are still awaiting Photo Shannon to join us, IT Secretary General Unity Party USA. So let's take the first one. The first one is going to come from quarter 3974. Your name and where you calling from? 3974. Are you with us?
3974. Yes, sir.
Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How are you?
My name is Pat Mandela Davies. I'm calling from New York. But I don't have a question now. I think I will get back in the queue and,
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Whenever you do, just dial *61 on your phone again. So we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from, let's go to quarter 5043. Your name and where you calling from? 5043. Are you with us?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm getting you, yeah.
Okay, let's get it rolling.
Yeah, I'm from Philadelphia.
Do you have a question?
I'm not heard it because I want to listen. I called to listen, but I'm not heard anybody speaking. I don't have a question.
Okay, but you dial *61. You have a question mark opposite your name, so it means that you have a question or you want to have a say. So we'll keep you on the line, okay?
Now until this is guys have spoken.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to Tarloh Quiwonkpa, and of course she's a co-chair movement of Liberians Against Corruption. Tarloh, why you people protesting against Madam Salif?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The protest basically is not so much against Madam Salif or the Unity Party. As a matter of fact, MOLA is a non-tribalism and non-partisanship, non-profit organization. Our protest is against bad governance, including corruption, and this brings to mind the focus that the Constitution of Liberia allows us to protest. Let me take your listeners and the guests on this program back to our Constitution. In Article 5C, the very Constitution that Madam Salif should be following, which she has been violating, says that the Constitution frowns against bad governance and practices. It reads, the Republic shall take steps by appropriate legislation and executive orders to eliminate sectionalism and tribalism and such abuses of power as the misuse of government resources, nepotism, and all other corrupt practices, quote. In addition, the very Constitution gives every Liberian the right to freedom of thought, and that is Article 14 of the Constitution, and also the right to freedom of expression, and that is Article 15 of our Constitution. So let me say that in an interview that was conducted by the Perspective, which happens to be an online magazine in 2000, the Perspective interviewed Ellen Johnson Sirleaf at the time. And this was 3 years after Mr. Charles Taylor was elected as president of Liberia. Madame Sirleaf, in that interview, told the reporter, following 3 years of Mr. Charles Taylor's election, that progress was not being made on all fronts. And during our very interview, Madame Sirleaf made it absolutely clear that the Liberian people have the right to protest. The Liberian people also have the right to speak their mind without any intimidation from the government, and that it is the people's right to criticize the government. So, mind you, the progress, she said, on all fronts as it relates to security, economic, and political has been less than they anticipated during the 3 years' time. Now, let me take your listener back. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf criticizing a government that was elected 3 years, she comes back to critique the progress they've made. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has been in power for 8 consecutive years. Mind you, as we know that Minister Louis Brown is on. The very Ellen was working very hard internationally to undermine the Taylor government. And I'm sure Mr. Louis can attest to that because at that time, Mr. Minister, he served in the capacity as a foreign minister underneath Taylor. He also was the oil minister at LPRC. And he also was a senior advisor to Charles Taylor. That very government was being undermined by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, speaking to international people to not support that government. Today, it is the same Ellen Johnson Sirleaf who even undermined during Taylor time the very government that put Mr. Louis Brown on the banning list, the travel banning list. So it just tells you history is repeating itself. People need to be aware that our protest is mainly about our rights, that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has not been faithful in conducting the affair of the government, that Madame Sirleaf took an oath in 2006 during her inauguration. She made it clear to the people. She ran on a platform to fix the issues in Liberia, and when she did get elected and was soon in the office, her inauguration speech, she promised the world, not just the Liberian people, that she would fight corruption to the teeth, that corruption will be the number one enemy. Now, she asked for audience, and how am I going to fight this corruption? She said she would have all of the government employees that she will hire or elect, appoint, they all will declare the assets. I challenge the very minister that's on the line, if he has any information or where can we find that information where he himself has declared his assets. The Liberian people are not gullible. We believe, Mola believes, that enough is enough. Our people are suffering. The institution of the government is not being run correctly as it's supposed to be by Madame Sirleaf. For this reason, our people in Liberia, I was in Liberia in 2010, they are not able to even survive on, they survive on less than $1 a day. Our people are not keeping abreast of situations internationally that is happening in Liberia. They cannot afford to even buy 1 cup of rice, least to say, purchase newspaper to read about the actual occurrences, things that are happening that relate to their survival. They cannot afford it. The infrastructure during the Taylor time, or when Taylor was a rebel, and Madame Salive, Tarloh Quiwonkpa can attest to it, and we'll get to that discussion on the show. Madame Salive had to support Charles Taylor to destroy the nation. You would think a lady who has had an allegedly Howard degree will have all of the emergency repair and prioritize what to fix for our people. Today, our people should set that country back 20 years backwards. The roads are bad. The hospitals, I was in Liberia 2010. Lip services is all Madame Salive has been doing. You have government officials who were accused for corruption. You have Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission findings that has never been even implemented. You have those very government officials making millions of dollars, building homes that cost millions of dollars. They have not yet declared their assets. Madame Salive would dismiss them because of corruption, because of the findings based on numerous commissions, and do not do a thing about it. The United States government since 2007 has spent $84 million to combat corruption in that country. The United Nations treaties on corruption clearly talk about the impact of corruption. It undermines democracy, the rule of law. Corruption leads to violation of human rights. It distorts the markets. Corruption brings about organized crime and terrorism. It threatens human security and to flourish. Corruption hurts poor people in disproportionate amounts. Corruption diverts the funds intended to fix infrastructure or development in the nation. Corruption also undermines the government's ability to provide basic needs for its people. It undermines equality and justice. All of these things, Madame Salive knows about it. I don't have to go over it. It has not been done. But what has Madame Salive been doing? She and her government, her corrupt criminal government, she allows for lobbyists that she pays to come internationally to polish her image. She has spent $45.9 million. We have this information. So we, Mola and Classy, we have sat there and said enough is enough. You see, it's okay. I have heard that there will be pro-alien supporters. That is the essence of democracy. We support the fact that there will be pro-alien at the demonstration. What is questionable and is very troubling is that you wonder why these pro-alien groups do not reach out and tell aliens they know what's happening. They never take upon the time to say, well, let us reach out and discuss the issue here with Madame Salive. But instead, they react when they know citizens within ourselves come up to take a moral cost in the cause of our people. Then they want to attack and call us names and belittle us. The very progressive you have in alien government, the so-called progressive, when they were in Minnesota here, in the States, they criticized those governments. The very Ellen Johnson Salive was the cheerleader, the rank leader. So we have to speak up for the voiceless people in the villages whose children are not passing exams, cannot pass exams because they have not given that privilege, no learning center, to help them study after school. We want to make sure that voices are heard. There's nobody at this point in time in Liberia who will speak on behalf of our people because they have all been marginalized. Corruption, corruption, corruption. So that is the reason why we want to take this corruption fight to the United Nations and ask the United Nations, here's the deal. We have a treaty that Liberia is part of. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has not been implementing these things. What are we doing? Are we going to sit back because she's the first African female president of the world? That is not right. There are people dying and suffering. The notion that she would take $45+ million to polish her image abroad while our people are dying from hunger. The very Ellen Johnson Sirleaf knows what happened to Liberia. It took 14 years, lack of brothers and sisters, and people died for the war that Ellen Johnson had to fund. And today, let us not forget, when the PRC came to power, men were executed on the pole. Where did they get the information that was utilized in the military tribunal that found them guilty? The very Ellen Johnson Sirleaf provided that information to the PRC, Senator Kayando, and the late Thomas Quiwonkpa. They used that information, executed those people. Because Ellen was the finance minister underneath Talbot, her life was spared because she gave all those information. So you would think now Ellen would know what corruption is, and when her officials of government are being so corrupt to the teeth, that she would take actions immediately, swiftly. But she has not done it because she thinks the Liberian people are gobblers. They don't know what they're doing. So that is the reason why we in the diaspora, particularly Mola, have taken upon itself to go to the United Nations. We will be very peaceful. We will not take arms. We will not go to Libya. We will not go to Sierra Leone. We will not use any guns, no arms. Least to say, call for the destruction of Liberia or bring down the measure. We will not do it. We will be very peaceful, and we call on all of our Mola supporters who will be protesting in Liberia to be very peaceful because they expect you to be violent, and we are not violent people. We're taking this case to the United Nations because Madam Sirleaf has failed in her fiduciary responsibility to uphold the oath she took. She played lip services, and we do not allow that anymore.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the concerned Liberians against corruption and impunity. That will be Jerry What-You-Want, Communication Director. Jerry What-You-Want, because too much where we to give you guys, please make your introductory shot. We have a lot of people calling, and we would like to take calls. So, Jerry What-You, go ahead. Take it away.
Thank you very much. The Constitution empowers the citizens to call for the resignation, the removal of their leaders, if they fail to uphold the oath of office they took to uphold, to defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law. In the case of Liberia, there has been gross dereliction of duty by all three branches of government, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. 1. What good is a constitution if neither of those branches will want to adhere to the Constitution? What am I talking about? Many examples abound. First, there was a national referendum that was held in Monrovia. The outcome, the results were ignored. Ellen said it didn't apply to Hall. Why the exception? Is he an exception to the rule? Ellen Sirleaf ignored a Supreme Court decision. When it came time to deliver her first annual message to the national legislature, the Supreme Court, at the time, the legislature was divided into two factions. There was what I call a rebel faction that went to meet at the OU Center, and where Edwin Snow, then Speaker of the House of Representatives, where they were holding their meeting in Monrovia, it became an issue. And so the case went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court decision was the president must stay where the Chief Justice and the other members are meeting. The president ignored that. And when will they break away rebel faction at the Unity Conference Center? That's 2. What good is the Constitution or the rule of law if you have a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court who violates the law with impunity and gets away with it, gets retirement, and then is receiving pension benefits when he should have been in jail? What am I talking about? I'm talking about the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, Johnny Lewis. On one occasion, Lewis went to a conference somewhere.
Jerry, are you with us? I think Jerry has lost his line. So, Jerry, are you with us? That's the Communication Director of Concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. That's Class C. Jerry? Jerry, can you hear us? Okay, we just lost Jerry, so we'll go back to him when he comes on. Let's go to Minister Louis Brown. Minister Brown, we got a lot of people on this line, so we're going to have some difficulties here trying to locate each number, because especially when the minister is driving at the same time with us. Minister Brown? Minister Brown, go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you, Jerry. And let me say hi to Tarloh and Jerry. I hope he joins us. But, you know, I find this very revealing and very interesting. Clearly, someone said some time ago that we are all entitled to our opinions, but certainly not our own facts. I'm listening to a lot of manufacturing of so-called truth to enable a particular advocacy. And I think this country has come a long way. It is very difficult to begin to blindfold our people and to begin to again try to use them for ends that are totally undemocratic. Let me start by saying that our country has come from a difficult place. One way or the other, each of us can have our share of memories of what the changes in our country has meant for all of us. I say that to say, first of all, that the government of Liberia welcomes peaceful demonstration, peaceful protest. We see it as a validation of the deepening roots of Liberia's democracy. So we're not opposed to Liberians gathering anywhere in the world, at home or abroad, to engage with the government, to protest a particular issue, to advocate for a particular position. We welcome it. I know of no serious democratic society worthy of the name where people do not go out and protest one thing or the other, where we do not constructively disagree with each other. And so in that light, we welcome MOLAC or CLACSI protests, whether it be at the United Nations, whether it be in Europe or anywhere else. We welcome it because in truth, what it does is to testify to the changing nature of our society, and it validates our democratic credentials. Having said that, let me deal with what Tarloh has totally misrepresented. Tarloh talked about corruption. I'll be the first to admit that ours is not a perfect society. We have come from a place where the value system, the family system, everything you can imagine about our society was broken. But we are a society moving up to put the broken pieces together. Tarloh speaks about being in Monrovia sometime in 2010, and she's using that judgment, whatever her experience was then, to believe that that is where the country is. Tarloh, that's 3 years later. Your country has moved on. I suggest you begin to do the same. Let's talk about corruption. You asked if I have declared my assets. Yes, I did. Not only was every government official in the executive branch of the government, because there is still no law anywhere in the Constitution or anywhere, and I challenge you today, I challenge you tomorrow to show us any law anywhere in our Liberian Constitution that says a precondition for employment in your government is a declaration of private assets. But the president proceeded in keeping with a desire to promote openness and transparency and to fight corruption. She insisted in an executive order number 38 that all officials in the executive domain, until the legislature, which is tasked with the duty of promulgating laws for a code of conduct, until that is done, no member working in her government that she will appoint under the executive domain will work without a declaration of their assets to the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. What it also does, it insists that we must declare not just what we own personally, not just what we may own jointly with our wives, but even if our children have bank accounts anywhere in the world, it must be declared to the Anti-Corruption Commission. And every 2 years, even though those children are not those who are being employed, every 2 years, we have to again declare those accounts. And maybe you left 2010, but not so long ago, the president's own son at the central bank failed to meet the deadline for the declaration, and you know what happened. He was suspended until he met that declaration. Let's talk about, so I wanted to correct you, all of us, and every 2 years, we are under obligation to file so that the Anti-Corruption Commission, what they're doing is not sitting on these reports when we file them. What they do is investigate each of those accounts. They are in touch with the banks. They have their people out in the field, so they are validating each declaration that was sent to them. And where they decide that you were not being truthful, they call you to it, they report it to the president, and the actions are taken against you. Now, let's deal with corruption. You know from the foundation of our country, this has been a menace, a cancer that has eaten into the very fabric of our society. For me, and I'm sure for many other Liberians listening, it took uncommon courage. Corruption did not begin in 2006. It took a level of uncommon courage to raise it to the level of national consciousness and prominence to say, going forward, our society must fight corruption. We must exercise zero tolerance against corruption. So what has happened? From 2006, Liberia was 138 amongst the lowest countries in the world in terms of being a corrupt society. 138 in 2008. Where did I get this figure from, Tarloh? That's not my figure. That's not the government's figure. That's Transparency International Global Corruption Index. I advise that somebody please check that out. By 2009, Liberia had moved to 97th place, 41 places. How did we do that? We put into place the systems that were required to build the capacity of the institutions, because corruption is a human disease everywhere in the world. So to fight it, you need institutional capacities that will be able to curb individual vulnerabilities. So we build those capacities of those institutions. We moved from 2009 to 2010, we moved so that by 2012, Liberia is ranked the third less corrupt country in West Africa. Did you hear me? Third least corrupt country in West Africa. That's Transparency International Global Corruption Index. Now, do we have people who bend the rules? Yes, like every society anywhere in the world. Do we have claims of corruption day in and day out? Yes, because of the level of newfound freedom in our country. There is not a day that you do not hear expressions against the various vices of the society. But this is a healthy conversation to be having. Why? Because the more we talk about it, the more our consciousness level is improved as a society. The more our consciousness level is improved as a society to be able, not just to say let's punish for corruption, but let us make sure it doesn't happen. Take for instance, the report more people tend to refer to is called the Corruption Perception Report. 1,023. I forgot the exact number of Liberians that were interviewed by Transparency International. And they said over the last year, they offered bribes. They indicated if you went through the corruption perception, and that is perception, it's not scientific. If you went through the perception report, 75% of Liberians interviewed said they offered bribes. 80% of those who offered bribes said they did so not because they wanted better service, but because they wanted to bypass the system. And you can go back to the report. I'm driving, that is why I don't have access to that report before me. You can Google it as I speak to you. What it does, every institution of our society, from religious to media to military, every institution of our society was perceived by the 75% of Liberians to be corrupt, even though they themselves say they offer bribe. What does it say about our society? What it says is that our society is one which Liberians themselves perceive to be corrupt. So when you hear people say, Tyler, and I hope you don't rely on it, go back and read the report. When you hear people say Liberia is the most corrupt country on the planet Earth, they're not talking about a scientific determination, which the Transparency International itself did and declared Liberia the third least corrupt country. And this is 2012. Third least corrupt country in West Africa. And I'm challenging everybody under the sound of my voice to find the Global Corruption Index released by Transparency International for 2012. And you will see the progress your country has made from being amongst the most corrupt country by 2008 to becoming the third least corrupt country behind only Ghana and Cape Verde. And you know how many countries in West Africa. So when you talk, look, there is another thing that's going on that we should be careful about, my people. We had election in 2011. We had election in 2006. We are trying to build a democratic society. I hear some people say, when the rate goes up, is there any president move from there? When the rate comes down, do you put her back? What kind of democratic society are we aspiring to build? Yes, we must build one where we freely express our views and we freely disagree. And that right to disagree must always be protected. I challenge anyone who will suggest the freedoms the country are today enjoying, it has ever happened at any point. I challenge anyone under the sound of my voice tonight to argue that we are at a place where we were before. Having said that, let me just end before to give others an opportunity. Let me end by saying this: it is not a healthy democratic exercise when people elect officials. For some people with personal gripe and personal vendetta and personal scores to settle, to attempt to undermine the result of those elections, because all that I can see here with this call for resignation is an attempt to undermine that which the Liberian people have decided. Now, you can protest. Surely you can. But when you start to suggest that the Liberian people were not in to on 2 occasions elect a person, and you have no basis for it except specious and spurious argument based on personal vendetta or personal gripe, then you are undermining the democratic process. And that has never been the intent of our Constitution. I listened to Jerry. He started off by saying, the Constitution says the people have a right to call on they have the right to assemble. They have the right to consult upon the common good, not upon an evil, but upon the common good, not upon a democratic evil. And when you consult upon the common good, you petition your representatives. What kind of society are we going to build after election? Suddenly, one group feels, I want to change the government. That's my right. And then you change the government because the rate changes or because you perceive that there is corruption. What kind of society are we going to build? How do we sustain our democracy? I suggest people start preparing themselves. We're going to 2014. There will be by-elections. Start preparing yourself. And when you argue this matter, argue with facts. Argue with what you know to be true. And we will be ready to also make our facts available to you. I think I should rest there and wait to hear others.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Let's go back to Jerry Watiwo. Jerry, are you with us now? Jerry from Classy, Movement Against Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. Concerned Liberian, are you with us? Jerry Watiwo, can you hear us? You need to check your phone. Your phone should be on mute, Jerry. We cannot hear you. So we're going to keep you there. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters. I control. My name is Steve of the second, and we have with us Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, Tarloh Quiwonkpa, concerned Liberian co-chair Movement of Liberians Against Corruption, MULA, Jerry T1, Communication Director, concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. Please dial *61. And on your phone, that's the one where you will have the opportunity to talk to these people. So we're going to take the first question. The first one will come from quarter 6727. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Aaron Kennedy, and I'm calling from Worcester, Massachusetts. This question is for Minister Brown.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the show, but I was wondering, all this rigmarole going on, people demonstrating, and people doing this and that, does the president understand through you that the people are not happy with the way our administration is functioning because of the hardship they are facing, the corruption business, and the lack of facilities that she promised, which is not forthcoming? Does the president understand that through you?
Can I answer that?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Minister Brown.
Yeah, let me say this. Are people catching hard time? Yes. You know, we are part of a global economic situation. I don't know a country in the world, including where you are today, where people will say they're not catching hard time. It is, people are catching hard time in Liberia. Harder time than here, I have to admit that. But here's what is true. Here's what is also true. What is the government doing to address those conditions? You know, the World Bank has estimated that over the years of our conflict, Liberia suffered since World War II the greatest economic decline in the history of man since World War II. Over 90% of its productive capacity destroyed. So here's what we have. The first term, the president said, let us stabilize the country. Let us stop the decline. By and large, I believe there was an element of success there. The second term is about how do we begin to move our people from the difficulties they have endured over this lengthy period to one in which there can be increased opportunity for all. So what has the government done? The government has decided it will invest in what it calls economic multipliers. Power. Power, we have declared that by December 2015, we will work every ounce of our being to put back Mount Coffee hydropower plant. Here is the exponential multiplying effect on ordinary Liberians. If there is power for the guy who is running, for the lady who's running her small boutique, for the guy who's doing just charging battery, if we can put cheap and affordable power for the private sector. Now, the president met with the business community of Liberia, and they indicated that 57% of their cost is on power. So we have determined the greatest constraint to expanding our economy so that there can be opportunities for more Liberians is the availability of power. Power today is 54 cents per kilowatt hour. It is the highest in the world. And you know why? Because all that we have the 22 megawatts of power. And let me tell you what we do with the 22 megawatts of power. We have every economically depressed community around Monrovia has been attached to that LEC grid, which was non-existent in 2006. The LEC grid totally destroyed. No distribution line, no generation capacity. We now have 22 megawatts of power supplying communities, economically depressed communities such as Slippery, Quarter, West Point. What it does for people in that community, it's not because we believe they can pay 54 cents per kilowatt hour. No, they cannot. But the duty of the government is to bring life to those communities. If power can be there, like we have put it there, then people will be able to sell cold water. Then people will be able to do video clubs. People will be able to make market. Students will study late at night and be able to do better in school. That's the idea. That is why another way we're trying to bring power to the country is through what is called the CLSG, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. And call anybody if you know them from Limba. As I speak to you, power lines, 18 megawatts of power the government of Liberia has purchased at a very subsidized rate for 18 villages and towns rolling from the Liberia Ivorian border in Limba County, where I believe Tarloh comes from, all the way down into Benjine toward Lowland County. Many of the big villages and towns along that area will now experience power by the end of September or end of October. July 26th, that power line came on. The power line came on, it was tested, it came on, it's working very well. The intent is to make people to buy power between 12 cents and 14 cents. If you can have those communities have power, if you can have those villages, then there's something else the government is doing. While we are trying to get the hydro going, we are going to increase power supply. The grid is going to run towards Robert Fee, towards the main economic corridor, which is between Monrovia and Ganta. We're putting power along that corridor towards Cape Mount as well. So by the time we're done, and the government is itself providing 18 megawatts generator to increase power supply. We know that if we can make power affordable, the private sector will thrive and create more jobs for Liberians. We cannot move from our mere extractive to add value in terms of manufacturing unless we have power. The second thing we're doing is investing in roads. You know, I give you a classic example of a place called Piata. It's just right off Tutota. That place had never seen a vehicle, even though it's just off Tutota. The only thing that resembles a car that has been to Piata from the day that place became a town was motorcycle. More than 50 years, the people have never seen a car. Today, that bridge, which was a monkey bridge connecting that place, is now a full concrete bridge. I have come to town with video recordings so that people can see the changes taking place in their country. You hear people say it used to cost us $600 to move between Piata and Monrovia. Now it's costing us $175. That's extra savings for people. Now people say the people will eat the road. No, they will not eat the road. But if people can move freely on paved roads, such as the one we've done between Monrovia and Buchanan, where people can now fish in Buchanan and bring their produce to Monrovia to sell in 1 hour and a half and make more value for what they're selling. Where people can move back and forth with less wear and tear on the vehicle, meaning that the depression in transportation costs, meaning there's savings for people. And that savings can be used to help pay your child's school fees. Let me tell you another thing about roads. We have found out from medical studies that Liberians, mainly young children, die from 3 major ailments in Liberia. Now, this is a medical study. They die from diarrhea, malaria, and respiratory diseases. When you pave these roads to connect our county capitals, such as the recently concluded deal to pave the road between Fishtown and Harper, starting now in the dry season with Harper to Kanyeken. Those of you who come from the southeast, you know how important that road is between Harper and Kanyeken and what life it will bring. That road is being paved as soon as we hit the dry season. That deal has now been concluded, the feasibility study concluded. Then there will be the Zwedru to Fishtown, which will conclude that link. Once we're able to do that, imagine when people can no longer breathe dust. Ask the people of Cardwell. Suddenly, life has improved in Cardwell. Home values have gone up because they now have a paved road, they now have street lights, and suddenly life is becoming better in those areas. There's something else we're doing. We're investing in our ports. We must become a 24-hour port facility to tranship goods and services across our country. So, yes, people are suffering. Yes, Liberia has come from a place where we were not just at the bottom, we were under our bottom. But every day there is hope being rekindled by the steps that are being taken, by the projects that we are investing in. And somebody said, oh no, the government people, they just lying, they just bluffing all around Monrovia. That's not true. Look at our budget. Everything, including gas and stationery, has been slapped. We're not just saying the international community must give us a handout. We are ourselves investing our money into it. So what the government has done is to cut down recurring expenditure and use that money to invest in these projects, to invest in roads, to invest in power, to invest in people. And when we come to education, I will tell you some of the things that have been done, including the construction for $10 million, one of the largest technical vocational training center ever. When the president was leaving recently, she just named the board of trustees for the community college in Lofa. She has named the board of trustees for the community college in Grand Jide, so that there can be community college in each county where, part of the problem with finding jobs for Liberians is that over the period of our conflict, people simply did not have the opportunity to develop any skills. So not only are we putting $10 million thanks to a Chinese agreement in Monrovia, expanding the VTC with dormitory. We're not just teaching people to be drivers. We're not just teaching people to be tappers. We're teaching people to repair computers, to repair telephones, to high-tech training, and linking these community colleges with concessionary agreements so that when you graduate, you are fed straight into a conveyor belt of work into those concessions. So people are suffering, but we are taking every steps that we know to be able to alleviate that suffering.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we have a lot of people on the line. Minister Brown to Minister Brown and Tarloh Quiwonkpa. Jerry Wati1, are you with us now? Those of you who are with Class C, please try to reach Jerry Wati1. We cannot reach him. His line is open here, but I think his phone is mute. So you need to reach him and tell him to open his line. It is not from our end. It is from his end. So, again, I will ask that our guests please try to kind of narrow it a little bit, condense it. We have a lot of people in the keep waiting to ask questions or make recommendations for that will foster the peace and stability of Mama Liberia. So, Minister Brown, we're going to go to the caller. Please give us your recommendation, and then we have to move to the next one. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, my recommendation is that you said something very good. You said that from now to December, if I understood you right, there will be light and water in Monrovia area or maybe Liberia. But I recommend that the leadership of this country keeps its promise. When they say they will bring light for now to December, it must be done. When they say they will bring light and water in 6 months' time, it must be done. And I will be in Liberia to see whether light and water will be accessible to the poor people. That's my recommendation.
Call if you know anybody in Nimba, call the people in Nimba County as I speak to you. We've never seen light before. It's rolling all the way down into Town, Town, Grand Jide. Call them and ask them today what is going on. Do you have light poles? Do you have power lines connecting Lepo where the government is paying for 18 megawatts of power from La Côte d'Ivoire? That's coming all the way to Harper, towns and villages that never saw. Call a place if you know anybody from Lofa, call a place named Yandaho, where the government has installed a power facility there based on a pilot project that we're hoping we can do one dam across every major river, because as you go outside Monrovia, because of the war, most of our people are so dispersed out that they reside in bigger towns and villages. And you know what we did with that? Let me just I'm sorry, Tiflo, because people don't have information. They are misleading people unnecessarily across the diaspora. So let me explain this. Yandaho, we took 200 young Liberians, sent them to train them how to work on pipe dam to supply power. So now that small dam that we have experimented with has worked. It has connected 200 households. It has connected a rice mill.
I'm on 240-764-7267.
Hello?
240-764-7267.
Hello?
240.
Hello?
7467. 267.
Hello?
7267.
Hello? Hello? Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, I'm here, Minister Brown. Jerry is trying to get by on the line, so please do not call my cell phone. Just stay on the line. Dial *61. We'll get back to you. I'm not going to go back to my cell phone. We're going to go back to the caller has given his recommendation to Minister Brown. So, Tarloh, we have a lot of people on the line, so let's take the next one, and then we'll come to you. Maybe that question might be for you. So let's take the next one. We're going to go to Tarloh Quiwonkpa here, but before we go to Tarloh, let's go to caller. That's 27267. Your name and where you calling from? 7267. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm Jerry Williams.
Jerry Williams, is that your number?
Yeah, that's the other number I'm on.
Okay, you are speaking very low. You got to maybe try to take us off the speaker, please.
I'm not at the speaker.
Yeah, but I can you are very low. Okay, you just dropped the line again, so I don't know what's happening to your line. Let's go to yes. Please try to stay on the line. Do not be, please. I'm not taking a call again on the cell phone again, please. I'm not going to my cell phone anymore. So we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from 6494. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Jay Quiwonkpa from the state of Delaware.
Yes, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters.
Thank you. Minister Brown, good morning to Motherland Liberia there. And I would like for you to be
Minister Brown is with us in the States.
Okay. And I'd like for you to be very brief. When you talk, you take your whole air time and make it difficult for us.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My man, you've been giving too many wrong information about the country, man. So sometimes, okay, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Brown, you are noted for supporting evil attitude and punishing your own countrymen for your own gain.
I will consider that's a personal attack. Excuse me. That's a personal attack. That's a personal attack. You cannot call somebody an evil attitude. Please try to be stable here.
No. Go ahead. Look, listen. People, I'm a big boy. I can't.
No, Minister Brown, we operate based on our policy. He has to agree that he cannot call somebody that's personal attack. If you think Mr. Brown is evil, contact him when he's not with us. Please be direct. Okay, go ahead and do it. We have people calling from Liberia. We need to take calls from all over the world. Please, hurry it up.
I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, your apology accepted.
Thank you. First of all, the power that you are bragging about today in Niba, that document was signed by the former government, which was Charles Taylor. And second of all, you said go back to Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Liberia, it will now be transparent. When the chairman of the election commission, he hails from your party, the Unity Party. So
I'm not.
I'm still talking, sir. I don't know where the transparency is coming from. And Mr. Brown, you speak about equality for everybody. You speak
yes, sir.
about justice. And the president, two sons, they still serve in government. And more especially in Africa, where one is at the highest security apparatus, happen to be former elite, who serve in our apparatus. Imagine how will the citizens express and how they will move freely. We saw what happened in other countries when African leaders are on the top. And again, to where we keep our money, the president's son served there as the deputy. He's the second man. Minister Brown, is it only the presidency that the educated people in this war, and you will sit and look at it? You spoke about Carway being very good. Carway has been good because the president is building a house there. I could do the same thing.
You asking a question before your recommendation. Please ask a question for and wait for the response before you go ahead to say your recommendation. Ask the minister a question, please.
Okay, this is my last question to you. I'm your.
Yes,
This is my
yes.
second to the last. You talk about community college. I hear from one of the county where the person of our county have come to us for the lobby for both. First of all, the professors they are not there. The old Montelaga High School in Shining Coast, that's the one who tried to turn to community college. It's not yet community college. So please go and visit there and tell me which are the professors there. And my last question to you, Mr. Minister.
No. We're gonna take one from you. We have a lot of people on the line. We are not going with one question per person, please. One question per person. So make a decision. Which question you want the minister to answer, please.
Anyone he takes, all up for him. Maybe he can take an easier one that will go with him in school.
Okay, Mr. Brown, please condense it. We have people calling from all over the world. We have 6 callers from Liberia right now.
Wow, that's very good. I welcome this call. But let me just say that look, it's part of the nature of our conversation when we disagree, then we tend to get personal. I think we should elevate, and I thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm used to these things, so they don't really disturb me because actually that's the way we have been talking so long to each other in the country. All of this is new to us. But the real substance here that I want to address is this. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Minister Brown.
Okay. The real thing I want to address is this. Somebody said, oh, the lake that in there was put there, but how can somebody in their right mind say this? The legislature just recently approved the West African Power Pool, a regional project. Growing out of that, the government of Liberia has purchased 18 megawatts of power from La Côte d'Ivoire. The poles were planted just about a year ago. The distribution lines have now been connected. It was tested July 26th. On July 26th, it was tested. As we speak, households and other places are being connected. What about the Jackson Dome Medical Facility? One of the best regional, I'm not just saying county, I'm saying regional hospital that is now in Tapeta. So now you don't have to go to Ghana.
Minister Brown, could you just take his question and touch it and
exactly.
We got a lot of people in the line.
No, you're right, Mr. Moderator. But apparently there's a lack of information that's affecting all of these attitudes. But anyway, let me just say quickly, in response to that no, these are projects begun by this government and being implemented by this government.
Thank you. Cora, do you have a recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Minister, I apologize for the personal attack. Like I said, you forgive me. And what I would like to recommend to you, Mr. Minister, and
yes, sir.
The question, I think you skipped the question, but I can't take all the. I would love for you to look in the president's face as a true Liberian who fight for the majority of the people. Look in the president's face, and I want to buy that newspaper anytime this week and say, Madam President, please take 2 of your kids from power. Bring Jay Yakaro, bring Morvan Brown, let them occupy those positions. And that's the sign of reconciliation. That's the sign of unity. If you do that, Mr. Brown, I tell you, your name will go in the history of Liberia for the best. All you have done, the Liberian people will share you for that. If you speak up for the speechless people today in Liberia. Thank you, sir.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Mr. Brown. You want to touch that a little bit? We got to
But first of all, hello. First of all, hello.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Yeah. First of all, Mr. Charles Sirleaf has been working. He was working with the bank before Hima became president. So it seems to me what we need to do is to begin to put into play. What do we mean when we say nepotism? Take, for instance, the people of Lofa. What we have not done is to define this for ourselves. Gandhis and Lomas are related. I grew up in Liberia. I went to school there. That's the place I know. Even as I was coming, my friends from high school, from elementary, came to me when I was appointed who celebrated my own people. What do you say to people who you have always known? Let us not take a Western definition of a term and apply it to our country, because we are a unique people. Our sociology is different. Should we fight nepotism? Yes. But we can't begin that fight until we define it for ourselves. What is nepotism for us? What is right? So that we can go ahead now and begin to implement what the rules are. But until we do that, I guess we will all just be conjecturing, because I think it's Article 18 of the Constitution says all Liberians have the right for equality for work, equal employment. What do we say to that as well?
Thank you, Minister Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Mr. Moderator, I'm back.
Yes, Jerry Wati, thank you for coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Liberia Destiny Debaters at Control. My name is D. Flo from the second. With us tonight is Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, Tarloh Quiwonkpa, co-chaired Movement of Liberians Against Corruption, MULA, Jerry Wati, Communication Director, Concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. Please dial *61 if you want to be a part of this program. We're going to take our first call from Liberia. That caller is 2479. Your name and where you calling from? What part of Liberia is calling from? Caller 2479, your last number. Are you with us, caller? We want to call your last number. Are you with us? Okay, we're going to skip you. We're going to take the next one here. That caller is just listening. Please remember that we will only take your last 4 digits of your number, not the whole thing, because we are not allowed to call your entire number. Let's take 7374. Your name and where you calling from?
Well, my name is Baymai S. Weber. I'm calling from Providence, Rhode Island.
Thank you for being part of the show tonight.
You are most welcome. I decided to give a rebuttal to Minister Brown's last statement concerning Charles Saleh's occupancy of the deputy governor position at the Central Bank of Liberia.
Why not you say, instead of you saying a rebuttal, why not you give Minister Brown a question? Then you follow by recommendation, please.
Well, okay, my question to him is as to whether Charles Saleh was deputy governor at the Central Bank of Liberia prior to President Saleh's ascendancy to the presidency of Liberia.
Mr. Brown,
hello. The answer is no. He was not deputy governor, but he was in the employ of the bank. He has been a banker all his life. That is the work he has done. He was. I remember under former President Taylor, he was president of the National Housing and Savings Bank, and he worked in the Central Bank.
Then I have a follow-up question.
Can we take one question from you and get a recommendation? We have a lot of people in the queue, more than 100 people waiting in the queue. Those are the people that want to ask questions. So
his appointment came about when the position of deputy governor became available. The board of directors, an independent board of directors of the bank, they recommended Mr. Charles to be elevated to that position. I've been served in the bank for a very long time. So this was an in-house appointment, if you will. This did not come from us. He was already working in the central bank. And then the board of directors recommended that he be employed when the position became available. That's the fact.
Mr. So do you have a recommendation for the minister?
Yes, my recommendation here is we all know the records of Charles Saleh when he worked at the National Housing and Savings Bank that the minister makes reference to. Now, right now, today, we all know that the National Housing and Savings Bank is bankrupt, that he's talking about. That bank right now is bankrupt. It's no longer
bankrupt before he went there.
Sorry?
The National Housing and Savings Bank was bankrupt, if you will, if you want to be fair, and if you know the history of the National Housing and Savings Bank, how it was used as collateral against several syndicated loans, including one that brought oil and fuel to Liberia under the LMPC arrangement. Now, I know that because I'm a former managing director. The National Housing and Savings Bank was bankrupt long before Mr. Charles Sirleaf went to the bank as president. And you can verify that any day. And let's be honest with each other here.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
This is
we
very
need to get a recommendation. We have a lot of people on the line. We cannot keep dragging on with it. Please give us a recommendation. The minister has answered your question. Quarter?
Well, my recommendation is that there are many qualified Liberians that are bankers that can occupy the position of deputy governor of the Central Bank of the Republic of Liberia. So it doesn't augur well for the son of the president to control the money house.
No, he doesn't control it. No, that's not true. We have to stop this. That is not true. The bank has an executive governor.
Let's take his recommendation, please.
Yelling. It's not like you're yelling.
Mr. Brown, let's take his recommendation, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for protecting me. So what I'm saying is that please, let Madam Sirleaf listen to the cry of the Liberian people. Remove Charles Sirleaf from the Central Bank of Liberia. You cannot be president of the Republic and you have your son control the bank, the Central Bank of Liberia. That is completely unfair, and there's no transparency in there. So I'm recommending his removal from the Central Bank of Liberia, just as his brother has recently resigned as advisor to the president and chairman of the National Oil Company of Liberia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please be reminded that we have other guests online tonight. We have Tarloh Quiwonkpa, co-chair of Movement of Liberians Against Corruption, Jerry T1. So direct your questions. We don't want Minister Brown to be the only speaker here. So those of you who have questions, please try to do so, because we don't want, again, for these people to be just on the line without having a say here. So let's take the next one. The next one is going to come from, please, one question per caller. We're going to take 7508. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
7508. Are you with us?
Oh, yeah. My name is James Halawanga. I'm calling from St. Louis. You know, I listened to Honorable Louis Brown, and I listened to Tarloh Quiwonkpa. And I think the topic is about demonstration and corruption. And she spoke on other issues that Madam Sirleaf and other so-called revolutionaries, as she said, was involved. But, you know, my grandfather used to tell me that, you know, the beginning of mistakes had to do with experience. And after experience, wisdom. What am I saying? I'm not backing whether Madam Sirleaf say they must level or they must do this or whatsoever, or to say they must take it out. Or I'm not even backing, I'm not saying that it was wrong. It is wrong as a Liberian for people to demonstrate. But looking at what we're coming from over the years, I feel that let me just a recommendation and what I'm supposed to say whatsoever, because a whole lot of people they kill. But looking at what we come from all the years, I think we'll learn from our mistakes. Even though it is right for people to demonstrate whatsoever, what happened, people get in the street, especially in Monrovia, not in New York now, but in Monrovia, whatsoever, people get their own intention. They interpret it different way. They can mix up with the group. So I guess my advice is for where we're coming from over the years, she just said it. Demonstration, what happened? A lot of people died. 1979, a lot of people died. A lot of people went there with good intention. Let's take an example for our husband. This is a guy I used to love so much, Quiwonkpa. All my team, all my boogie guys, so Quiwonkpa. Quiwonkpa went in Monrovia to overthrow. He did not go to demonstrate. But Quiwonkpa was not a much violent man that I used to love. I said, people say he went with power in his hand. What happened after war? Today there is no Quiwonkpa children all around. So what I try to tell my sister Tarloh is, I have not met her before. I heard her name. I know I heard my name before. I used to see one or two children in Monrovia. The meditation or whatsoever, it's painful because when people get inside, a whole lot of things happen.
Let's speak to that.
Let's try to constructively engage the government, at least, especially writing a letter to the government and say, look, putting our points down, this is what's happening. Because, the president is a human being. She's a human being, another person. She made a mistake. People learn from that mistake. I think this is why I made it parable. Mistakes, experience, wisdom. Let's learn from there and go forward. We have done this thing, people have said this, and it turned out other ways. So, Mr. Moderator, I just want to touch on that as my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, let's take that to Tarloh. Tarloh Quiwonkpa, go ahead.
Well, I just like to say thanks to the caller. You know, he mentioned some issues that I think he seems to be following history. We all learn from history. And what I'm saying is not so much that, because I think Mr. Minister talked about vindictiveness. He was trying to challenge, which is just appalling, you know. Well, let's get back to the gentleman. I appreciate what he said, his acknowledgement of Thomas Quiwonkpa. You know, I know that most of you have not spoken. And the good old minister who is now saying, I'm taking things backwards and we should move on, you know, I bear to differ with him in a big, big sense, because check his record out with child stealer. Thomas Quiwonkpa, as you noted, was not a violent person. I'm so glad we all are on this line. He mentioned Thomas Quiwonkpa in the failed coup. I want Liberians to know, when I went to Liberia in 2010, I protested in Minnesota. I have been trying, because that coup that occurred, it was not Quiwonkpa's coup. It was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Wema family, and Harry Yuan. We were residing in Baltimore, 1935 Drew Hill Avenue to be precise. In 1985, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came to Baltimore, 1935 Drew Avenue, with Harry Yuan. They brought that enterprise the proposition for a coup. Thomas Quiwonkpa made it vehemently clear that he was not interested, and you can check the records, Mr. Minister, because when they came, Thomas Quiwonkpa was enrolled at the Baltimore Community College. When Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Mr. Harry Yuan came to our house at 9 p.m. Baltimore time, they brought a proposition to overthrow Doe. Thomas Quiwonkpa made it clear. He said, I'm in school, I want to learn, and I will not take part in any coup. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Harry Yuan left. This information Thomas Quiwonkpa revealed it to Reverend Father Thomas Hayden. He is a priest. He stayed alive. Thomas said, Ellen Johnson came and I told her I was not interested. A couple of days later, the very Ellen and Harry Yuan came back to 1935 Drew Hill Avenue. Mr. Minister, I will educate you so you don't tell me that I'm taking things backward. When they came back the second time, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Harry Yuan brought in a picture of Thomas Quiwonkpa at the time the mother was in her 70s. The old lady's hands were tied to the back. They told us that those soldiers had raped the old lady. They had her on the plane. We saw the stuff. And they had her head over the wing. They opened up the plane door. You could see her hair. Everything was sticking out and you get electrocuted. That picture alone had an emotional impact on Thomas Quiwonkpa. It was that picture when Ellen and Harry Yuan brought that changed Thomas' mind, and he joined that enterprise. Now, when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came to Minnesota, she was invited here by the Carson School of Management to speak in 2010. Prior to that, I have been trying to reach out to her because since you think Mr. Minister, I'm saying this because you know when you pull bush, you pull a rope, you pull bush. Let us get this clear so you can understand. I'm not being vindictive. I'm just saying the history of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She came to power with people's blood. And she came and she said she knew how to fix the problem. They elected her. The records are there. I even said I did not want her to be the president in 2005, but the life that Renfro spoke, we all respected that. So I hope you pay close attention. Since you brought it up, we'll discuss it. When time came, I made all effort to reach to the president to ask about what went wrong. She did not listen. She bypassed me. So when she came to America, precisely Minnesota, I took upon myself to go and ask her. Norcada, who is currently, I think she was the former representative, Norcada brought me to her. I said, where is Thomas? What happened? The very Ellen Johnson told me I would talk to you later. At that time, I could not even speak or articulate anything. I was the kindergarten girl that she thought she had seen years back. So when I tried to reach her, she told me after the occasion, at that time she was soliciting funds for her ascending to the presidency in Minnesota. She never talked to me and she took off. So when I realized all my effort went in vain, I decided to protest in Minnesota in 2010. And Nathaniel Barnes, who was the ambassador at that time, the same thing you're doing, tried to prevent me from protesting. The Ellen Johnson asked me to stop me, to call me to stop my protest. I said, well, if she can answer my question, I just need to know. It's been almost 30 years. By 6 p.m., my phone number was called. Abdullah Dukle called me up. The president wants to meet with me, which was perfect. That's what I wanted. When I went to a hotel at the Hilton in Minnesota, in that meeting, there was Copper Doyen, there was the very Rab Salif, there was Esra, one of Ellen's sister was there. In that meeting, they asked me what happened, and I explained. And I explained exactly what I said. I said, you know the enterprise you guys brought to Thomas, it was not his enterprise. It was you guys' case. The fact that you all took off and no one even came back to say, yes, Thomas Quiwonkpa closed high his children, I said, that is unacceptable. And the president then said, well, I don't remember. And then her son, Rab Salif, jumped in and said, Mother, you guys did this lady wrong. So I said, Rab Salif, don't say much. If Ellen is wrong, let us go. Harry, you can attest to it. They agreed in that meeting that I come to Liberia so we can resolve my issue with Harry and Ellen. Ellen herself said, they come to Liberia, I will call Harry, we will resolve it. 2010, I got on the plane, went to Liberia. When I went to Liberia, the first thing I said, I saw Mr. Nangweswa. I said, where is Nancy Doe? I would like to meet with her. It's time to make peace. When I looked, I was assured that I will be seeing Nancy Doe. The next day, I was told that the president wants to see me. It was a weekend. I went there. What did I see? Nancy Doe. When it was time for us to discuss about Harry Yuan, the president failed in her own moral duty. To this day, I asked her. She failed. I am not saying personal because you guys are saying that write letter and give it to the president. Ellen does not listen because she knows this is a vindictive lady. Do you understand me? So basically, from that meeting, I went to Liberia with a clear conscience. I came back to the States. People said all kinds of things that she gave me money. I did not take 1 cent, believe me, you or not. I didn't take a dime. But the notion that she had me fly to Liberia to discuss and resolve the issue, she did not call Harry Yuan. To this day, when I went to Liberia, I have not seen Harry Yuan. Ellen only used that occasion because she had planned to run again, to use the photo up with me and Nancy Doe. When you talk about truth reconciliation, you don't burn people up again, and that's what happened. So let me tell you all, I am not vindictive. What I'm saying, the very Ellen Johnson Sirleaf provided information that led to a lot of people dying, executed on the pole. So it tells me she understands how to fix the issues in Liberia, the infrastructure. It will be her priority. She has failed desperately. So I'm sitting there, I'm still alive. And she knows what I know, what she has been doing. She understands that. So the notion that people are saying I'm vindictive, I am not. I have come to this country, I have educated myself, and she refused to kind of provide the information for Thomas Quiwonkpa children. I have tried in my best way to say, you know what, we were the cause for what happened to our people in Liberia, but our people deserve the right thing, the right treatment. The minister talked about Jackson Dole Hospital. When I went to Liberia, I had a privilege to view that hospital in its entirety. I went and saw everything. Now, let me tell you, Mr. Minister, you talk about health. It clearly shows that you all are just there for your own ego, greed. Because when you build a hospital, the very village and town, Tapata, that hospital is located. Have you seen the roads, Mr. Minister? Have you seen the water where the people drink from, Mr. Minister? Have you seen any latrine down there, Mr. Minister? The people are still drinking water that contains malaria, all kinds of dirt. When the people get sick, they go in that very hospital, Mr. Minister. When they get better, quote unquote, where do they return, Mr. Minister? They go back into the same environment that has the terrible bacteria. You spoke about malaria. I'm glad you mentioned health issue. They go back into that environment and they get sick, and our people are dying from simple malaria. I want to ask you, Mr. Minister, you are the Minister of Information. When was the last time you obtained information and you said the good old president went down to the Tapata Hospital and how her health assessment done that? Would she recommend?
Amen.
Give me a break. Let me finish, Mr. Minister. Would she
Dalamio, I didn't Jerry said email, Dalamio.
Yes.
You know I'm not going to email to that.
Jerry,
the hospital in our group for other people.
Jerry, we have to do it one at a time, please. When she's talking, please do not be on her saying something, please. People are listening, and we are recording everything here.
All come to America, we learn evidence-based practice. You know that, Mr. Minister. We know quality care. Will the president recommend her grandkids to go and be seen at the Nuclear Hospital, Redemption Hospital? When last did she get her blood pressure checked? How was the care? How was the timeliness? What quality of care did she get? The EU went and gave money to our people to help the dying poor mothers and children who Ellen Johnson said he failed in her beneficent interest to help. What happened to that money? Amara Conan took sick. They flew him from Liberia. You want to talk health issue, Mr. Minister? Let's discuss it. They flew him over to Ghana. From there, they needed a brain surgeon or hair surgeon, whatever was going on with him. They flew him from Ghana on mail, to be precise. He came to the United States where he got super-duper evidence-based quality care. By the way, Mr. Minister, do we know the bill? How much it costs the Liberian people? The taxpayers in that country, Mr. Minister, Information Minister? He got better. He got healed. He spent almost a month and a half in America and flew right back to Liberia. When it was time for our Minister, Amara Connor, to provide a report on the EU $13.2 million, he provided bogus information and said he gave the money to Mr. Gwenagari, to Mr. Kanta in Tapata, and another administrator in Bon County. The money cannot be allocated even in the budget. Then you will sit down here, Mr. Minister, knowing your own history, and tell me I'm being vindictive and I'm not using evidence-based or empirical evidence. The information you provided regarding Liberia being third ranked on the CPI is inaccurate, Mr. Minister. The CPI score for Liberia is 41, and Liberia is ranked 75%. So let me tell you something. I have learned my education. It is people like some of you who making education, those with degrees, look real bad. But I will advise the children of Liberia, the youth, they should go to school, because I am a typical example of what a think country person cannot do. Books, education is very important. It's empowering. The key to that for all of us right now is to educate our youth, but it's not being done to the fullest. So you don't sit there, Mr. Minister, and shout and say that I am being vindictive and you're challenging me. I challenge you to ask the president when last she had her blood pressure checked in at Redemption Hospital. Would you recommend the care she received to another person? So when you're sitting there and representing the Liberian government, we know it's your job. I expect you, Mr. Minister, to talk about the culture. Our culture has been destroyed by Ellen Johnson's leave. Our culture has been destroyed. The culture that we work so hard. Talbot worked so hard. She destroyed the culture and sold it down to the land. When you evacuate people or remove people from their home, you find a place to put them. Mr. Peter Bala, I was in Liberia, he told me everything that Ellen did and promised, and they did. Where Batino grave is at, the good old president went there and promised those people. She has not been back there since. That's out, to be precise. Your position, Mr. Minister, as the information and culture and tourism personnel, you should be advocating and challenging the president of our culture. You haven't done it. Then you want to and being vindictive. My laws, and let me make it very clear, my law does not add up to the law that the Liberian poor has sustained. Mine is just very small. So the notion you were telling me of being vindictive, It's just assault, and I do not appreciate that. And that is not expected from you from a minister who is representing the Republic of Liberia. You need to be appropriate in your discussion and be sensitive to the needs of our people.
Thank you, Tarloh Quiwonkpa, the co-chair.
Can I briefly react?
Go ahead, Minister.
I've listened patiently, and I'm sorry, Tarloh. I'm very, very sorry. I know this is a very sore spot for you, but clearly you only confirmed to me that this is what's driving you. But Tarloh, we have to move on. Our country cannot be bogged down by personal hurt that we have. We need to find a way to heal ourselves. And that's all I'm saying. Because here are the facts again. Here are the facts. And if you would just remove I know it's very difficult. There's a personal thing for you. And frankly, I empathize with it. But it does not mean we must continue to bring our country down because we feel personally angered one person to another. This country has to move on. The people you are advocating for, Tarloh, that you claim to be advocating for, they deserve to have a life to go on. They deserve better facilities. They deserve power. They deserve improved roads. They deserve electricity. They deserve better schools. So as we continue to try to build this, we can't be buried with the... Look, if you want a meeting with President Sirleaf to answer to claims that you're making about former General Quiwonkpa, I think it's fair for you to want to know as much you would want to know. But to wrap that out into a so-called national advocacy when truly what the situation is this hurt that is yet to be overcome, I think it's unfair. And frankly, all I listen to you talk about, maybe I use the word vindictive, so it's getting, but I don't know. You know, the Chinese people say the beginning of wisdom is learning how to call things by their real names. Okay? And all that I'm hearing, and all that this long thing you just said, all that it confirms to me is just that. You are angry because of what you claim this president may have transacted with your ex-husband. Okay, with your late husband. I am sorry. But maybe you need a meeting with the president so you can resolve it. But the country cannot be pulled down because of that. And now should you wrap up and listen to you? I listen. Can I finish my talk? I listen patiently. Nor should you wrap up so-called advocacy in the name of just basically addressing this. If you need to address this, can I finish?
No, you can't.
No, please. Now, I listen to you.
Mr. Minister, I did not bring up. I was addressing one of the callers.
No, you're not fair now. You got to let me finish. Tarloh, I listen to you patiently.
Yes,
please let me finish.
No,
but Tarloh, I listen to you butcher the truth. I listen to you butcher the fact. You just said to me, and I challenge anybody to Google Transparency International 2012 report.
Mr. Minister, I did not bring it.
No, but let me finish now. We can't have this conversation like that. Let the people listening to us.
One at a time, please. One at a time. We have a lot of people on the line. We have not even gone 5 calls. We have not taken up to 5 calls to this point.
I listen to you, Tarloh. Please listen to me too. That's the only way we understand each other.
Yes, please. Minister Brown, please make it brief a little bit. We got a lot of people who...
Correct. All that I have said is quite simply this. Corruption did not begin in 2006. And now it took extraordinary courage in my mind for any president to be able to say, let's make corruption public enemy number 1, knowing the nature of our society. And therefore, since 2008, and I'm challenging in an open mic, let anybody Google it and confirm what I'm lying. Global Corruption Index on Liberia. I'm not biting my words. Liberia was 138 in 2008. Liberia moved 41 places in 97. in 2009. In 2010, Liberia has moved more than 90 places against countries that have never had conflict and the extent of breakdown in our society. And you know, the conflict broke down the value system. We're basically rebuilding, redefining our value system. It's not going to be cured overnight, but the progress is there for everyone to see. When you read some of these things, when people say, Liberia is the most corrupt country on the face of the earth, and it's 75 you're talking about, that's a perception report. The report will tell you, go read the report, they will tell you it's not even scientific. They interviewed 1,023 persons, 75% of which said they offer bribe in the last year. And when they asked them the perception about all the institutions, international NGOs, military, religious, civic society, private institutions, public institutions, they said the perception is the entire Liberian society has been corrupt, is corrupt. That's a perception report. We welcome that because it defines for us the total context of the problem we're dealing with. No element of our society was spared in that perception report. Now, that is not the report I believe you should rely on. Go back and go to the scientific report that will define what the country has done to fight corruption since 2008. And you will see the progress. Liberia is, by 2012, unless something else comes out, by 2012, Liberia was being the third least corrupt country in West Africa. And I'm saying it as loud and clear for you to just Google. Just Google that. It's not difficult to do. Just Google it. You'll find it. Now, please, man, please. When people elect their leaders, all of us have a duty to our country. We will disagree, we can have personal gripes, but we have a duty to help the country go forward. But all that I'm hearing you say is, and maybe the president need to sit down with you, maybe you need to sit down with Harry Young, and then suddenly the country will not be corrupt again. And then suddenly, maybe you will see that capital is doing more than what you know it to be doing. Now, I can't say where the president will go have her next medical checkup. But here's what I can say to you. I know where I do my checkup. I know where my children do their checkup. And I'm comfortable with the fact that our people are every day having access to improved facilities. Now you may say, they pay me to say this. But look at Jacksonville Hospital. It was started, the idea came about honor President Doe. But that idea came to life, and the hospital is there under President Seli. That is a truth. And even though you say that people will go back from the hospital to go drink muddy water, we have dug more borehole wells in Nimba than any other part of the country. Now that is another truth that you may be unaware of. And we will continue to do that because as a government we owe a duty to all of our citizens to make their life better. We're not saying it is the best place on earth right now, but we are saying it's not the most hopeless, as some people, led by their personal gripes and anger, are making others to believe.
The moderator.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to make this a steward debate tonight, so please try to keep it that way because we are discussing something very essential to our country. This is about Liberia, the destiny of our country. So, Jerry, what you want? Please bear with us. We're going to take the next call. We have a lot of people, so let's take the next one. The next one will come from 1044. Your name and where you got it from?
Oh, hi. My name is Rosetta Fayad. I'm calling from Massachusetts.
Welcome to the show tonight again.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My question is going to the group that stationed the march on the 24th of September.
Uh-huh.
I want to know, first of all, the significance of that march in requesting that President Sedi to get down, and also to tell her that chairperson against corruption. Because if they are going to stage a march for the president to come down, who do they have? Is it a Santa Claus they have in the corner that at the end of the day, when President said he come down, if they will be successful, to say this is the person? I think they should tell, oh, look, this is John Brown. We want to put John Brown when the president stepped down.
I want to address that, moderator.
So let's take that to Jerry Wetty, Communication Director for Concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. Jerry, go ahead. Briefly, please.
Thank you. I've been listening to the Minister of Information for one reason or the other. The last conversation we had, I was on for the 3 hours. I hope this is not a conspiracy to knock me off when I was doing my intro, and I just went off the air. But thank God I'm back. The issue of people demonstrating and asking the president resign will have to do with the Constitution and the rule of law. The president took an oath of office to uphold the rule of law and defend the Constitution. She violated the Constitution. The Supreme Court justice violated the Constitution, the rule of law. The legislature are not holding the president accountable when she is admitted to publicly transferring taxpayers' money from the confines of the National Bank into a private bank account. Who is holding her accountable for all of these abuses? These are the meat and nitty-gritty issues. All these men were in this village and that village. These are secondary. The Constitution is supreme. When the Supreme Court tells the president, you can't go here and speak, and the president, to hell with the Supreme Court, I'm going to go here and speak. In America, you impeach long time. You impeach. Richard Nixon left office not for stealing, not for transferring $10 million into a private bank account, just for spying on the opposition, having a secret tape recorder there. And they kick him out of office. The president went on record and said, yes, I was putting the money into my bank account for my private development agenda. Hey, Liberia, where are we going to go? We're the first independent republic in Africa. Our failure in 166 years is robbing up to the rest of the country.
I thought you were going to take a question.
Yeah. When we stage the people's mass revolt, and this government is thrown out of power, like in the Middle East, we will call a national convention in Liberia. The constitution will be suspended. Parliament suspended. We will call all stakeholders. All stakeholders. It has been done before. Constitution suspended. People went into Ghana to go or plan another government while a sitting president was in Monrovia. Yeah? They did that to Doe. They did that to Charles Taylor. So why we can't do it to her too? What good is the Constitution when people don't want to abide by it? Only when it suits their interest. Then they want to use the Constitution. Well, let's wait for the next election. But who you got to put there? The people will determine who they want to remove these people from power who don't want to abide by the Constitution and the rule of law. He just goes into a business and handcuffs somebody and says, you owe me money. The president amazed that I was putting the money there without the legislature approving of this. I was putting the money there for my development agenda. The legislation sits down supinely and don't impeach the president. Conduct in fact hearing. Who gave you the authority to transfer the taxpayer money into your private bank account? All three branches of government need to be replaced. This is what the demonstration is all about. We can sit down and talk about who digging well, who's selling palm water and coconut down water side, and who's building what road. Those are all cosmetic things. They are not relevant. Mr. Brown, you want to address that?
Jerry,
yes.
I want to. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Brown. We have a lot of people on the line, and
my input to make.
What we are going to do here, if you are giving a question, please touch that question. We are not going to go into the palm butter thing. Jerry Lewetti is talking.
Okay, we're not on palm butter thing.
Directly to the question and answer, and we move to the next.
And they move from there. We will hold a national convention, and the convention.
We already heard that. We already heard that. So let's go to Minister Brown, please. We cannot keep holding the people. Some people have been holding for more than 2 hours.
Jerry, you know, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy that many Liberians are hearing this. Every time when you hear people say, oh, I want to demonstrate, when they say against these people are anti-democratic, they have selfish agendas, people say no. Listen to Jerry. As I listen to you, Jerry, I'm hearing a totally selfish anti-democratic agenda. Liberians met not once, not twice, at least twice, and elected their leaders. Many other Liberians put themselves up. They made their case to the people of Liberia. The people elected a leadership for their country for the next period, for the next term of office. You are suggesting that we reverse that process. The people who elected the people, they are crazy. Those of us who been struggling for advocating for democracy in our country, we are crazy. So what we will do, every 3 years, we will go to another meeting in Ghana and have another transitional government. Jerry, I am sorry. You are trapped in the past. That country, the country that did it before has moved on. We have had 2 successive democratic elections. We are thinking about how we strengthen political party, multi-party democracy. We are talking about how we continue to give Liberians empowerment, how we continue to give them freedom so that they continue to express themselves, and the change of government will be like it is done in civilized democracy, even though people don't agree with President Obama here, but they will wait for the next election to express that disagreement. That is the kind of country we are trying to build. Those who want to keep us in the past, I am sorry. You are too late. This country has moved on. The sooner you realize it, the better you are able to contribute to your country. That's all I can say about that.
It is a violation of the Constitution, though, by the President.
Jerry, until I call your name, please, you have to wait, or else I'll block your line. I know you are a guest, but you cannot be. I have to conduct the program. I'm in charge here, okay? Please. Let's go to the caller for her recommendation, please.
Okay. Thank you, D-Flow. My recommendation is, I think we Liberians, we are very, very fed up with this government, this other person coming to be our liberator, that one coming to be our liberator. Though it might not make sense to other people where they talk about, oh, we're fighting again, we're trying to move this government because of corruption and this and that. Any alone cannot corrupt our country that we say this. Let me just read from the Bible, Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 11. It says, there will always be poor people in the land. Therefore, I command you to be open-hearted towards your brother and towards the poor and needed in your land. If people sitting down to say, oh, yeah, this person did this, this person did that. When they leave and come to America, we are here if we can put our hearts together and put our hands and mind together with sincerity, and collect just dollar, and ship it and give it to a trustworthy person to say, oh, let it go to Liberia for our poor people. It will be something good then for you to leave and say, let me go to Washington to go and stage a march. I don't support that. I can't leave my job to join somebody to go Washington for a march. If even they get there tomorrow, they will do the same thing. We're not looking for another liberator. If in case of anything, you guys come out and tell, look, our Liberian brothers and sisters are suffering. What can we do? Can you guys help out with at least dollar? Let's start with dollar. If all the Liberians get dollar in this country, we will work on something good for our own country instead of us going to march. Thank you, D-Flow.
Thank you, caller. We're going to take the next one. The next one will come from caller 5984. Your name and where you calling from? That's 5984. That would be Axel Tupa. Are you with us? Axel Tupa, are you with us? Okay, it looks like he's not hearing me. Are you with us one more time? That's 5984. Axel Tupa. Okay, he's going to sleep, I guess. Let's take the next one. The next one will come from 1575. Your name and where you got it from?
This is Jacob Forte.
Go ahead. How are you, sir?
Oh, thank you so much.
We have a question.
I have a question, but I just want to. My question goes to Louis Brown. But before I give my question to Louis Brown, I want to pay service to our listener by just making some correction to Louis Brown. Some statistic that he provided. Mr. Brown,
we start with a question first, and then later on you can add that to your recommendation, sir. Let's start with a question, please.
No, I want to make a comment so he can respond, please. I want to make a comment which will turn into a question that he can respond to, please. Can you just give me the chance?
Okay, yes, we give you a short time to do that, just as we do for the other people,
I will do that. the minister asked us to check Google that Liberia is the least, the third least corrupt country in Africa.
In West Africa.
In West Africa. Okay?
According to the 2012 report, Transparency International.
Good. Thank you very much. But what we need to understand is that Transparency ranked country, because we have 195 countries in the world.
Correct.
And Liberia score from the statistics, from the report that the minister is referencing, Liberia is almost below halfway of the ranking. It ranks from 0 to 100. Liberia falls on 41. So when you compare that against all of the countries in the world, Liberia is still in a very terrible shape when it comes to the issue of corruption. The minister needs to acknowledge that. But this is my question to the minister. I listened to all of what you said. I know that when you work on a tiller, you were very vocal, very, very vocal. And I know you gave advice to Taylor. The advice you gave to Taylor, I want to believe. Today, Taylor is behind bars to stay there for 50 years. The same advice you gave to Taylor, are the same pieces of advice you gave to Madam Salif, Mr. Minister? Will you have to respond to that?
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for your question. First of all, let's deal with the report you're talking about. I'm sure you've been able to confirm that the Global Corruption Index, and I need people to understand this because part of the thing that's been going all around, Liberia is the most corrupt country on planet Earth. I don't know. It was based on a perception report by Liberians themselves who claim that their own society is corrupt. They spare no institution. The media, the church, the mosque, the NGO, international as well as local, and the people who were interviewed were themselves who said, I offer bribe. 80% of them said, I gave bribe over the last year not to get better service, but I gave bribe to get shortcut. 13% of them said, I gave it because I wanted to say thank you to people for service they gave me. But here is the greater point. The greater point is this. Since 2008, Liberia has moved more than 90 places. You see where we have ended up, but go back to where we were. We were 138 out of 190. We're among the least. Each year, Transparency International has ranked us higher and higher and higher. So when people try to kill their own country as the worst on planet Earth, that is not true. You may be doing it for your own selfish reason because it's worked into a narrative that you have about your country and about your government. So maybe that's why you do it. But the truth still is that each year, based on scientific findings, Liberia has improved against countries that have never known the kind of breakdown in their society like ours. And you know the biggest effect of the breakdown was in terms of values. Values. Families broke down. Little people children started taking the burden for the entire family. So when you have that kind of system collapse and failure, which the World Bank claimed to be the greatest since World War II, rebuilding is not going to be overnight. It takes time. Now, if you want to know, advice I gave President Taylor is that advice I gave President Salif. Look, my brother, here is the truth. I have always tried to serve my country. If you read about me, you will confirm that I may not be amongst the best educated persons in the country, but I'm not amongst the least. I myself came to school in America. I came to one of the best schools in the United States of America. I can stay here and work here. I make $2,300. I said it the other day on the same show. And I told them how much gas I get because there's that impression that all we're doing there is just stealing. Some of us, I'm a former student leader. I have never run away from trying to help solve my country problem. I've never been one of those who try to say the worst about his country or about his fellow man. What I've always tried to do is to give my service to make my country better. So I can come back, I can come to America, I can get a job here, I can teach, I can do whatever. But who will help to fix my country if I made that decision? So I always said, and I said it on the show, as a former leader, student leader, I see myself as part of the problem. And let me tell you why I have never walked away from my country. And some people think that money, that's why I gave my salary. So everybody can know I'm not serving my country because of money. I can make more not working in government than I make now. And that is a fact. Here is why. During the war, I ran into this guy in Lac Hospital. This guy had taken a bullet in him. He was a former NPFS soldier. He's dead now. Two doctors, Dr. Walter Bromsky and Dr. Harris. There's a short doctor that used to be at Cali Hospital called Dr. Harris. I picked that guy up. One of the things I tried to do was to assist people to go to hospital, wounded people, civilians. This guy was in the hospital. I walked into the guy. We took this guy there around about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, Lac. When the doctors saw, we woke the doctors up. They were treating this guy. Then the doctors came to me and said the guy needed blood. I went into the guy to at least see his face. When I stood to the door of this makeshift surgical theater that was created, the man called my name. The boy was lying down. A guy who I said was proud. He was lying down on the stretcher naked. He called my name. I said, "Oh, you know me?" He said, "Hey, yeah, come around, I know you." And now you're the student leader, you're our man on campus, leading us into all of this struggle. This is the real struggle you guys are talking about now. I walked to the guy. He gave me his dog tag. And then he said, "My man, you don't let us die for nothing." I stayed to that Lac Hospital until 5 o'clock in the morning when the guy expired. He did not survive the surgery. It's that guy's voice, along with many friends of mine, including people like Tia Fakate, who have walked with me, Alexander Kuru. We walked and advocated for change in our country. I came here with opportunities. I came to this country. I could have been anything in this country that a foreigner can be. I left it and went back because those voices are in my head. And I owe them a duty to help make my country better. Now, I'm not saying you guys can demonstrate if you want to. Do it. But let us believe that we can make our country better. And let's each of us ask ourselves, how are we contributing to make our country better? Because if you sit here and talk about how the people in your own village drinking from dirty water, and you say that the government duty, something wrong with you. I'm sorry, but something wrong with you when you say that. And all you can say is that you are here and you get education and you all read, so you can demonstrate what happened to those people in that village. They are your responsibility too, just like they are my responsibility.
Mr. Moderator, you're not being fair in this thing. You let Louis Brown talk 10, 15 minutes. When my time to talk, you cut me off. Why is that?
Go ahead, Jerry. I finish.
Jerry, okay. Can I come back with my suggestion?
Let's go back to the caller and take his suggestion. Jerry, please. Give us a suggestion. Minister Brown, you did not answer his question. His question here is, are you telling Madam Sally the same things that you told Mr. Taylor before?
One of the things no serious official anywhere in the world would do. And one of the things that's wrong with our country is, if I give a private counsel to President Taylor, and I'm giving private counsel to President Sally, you don't expect me to come on the radio and say, yeah, what I say to the president, and yeah, what I say to the other president, and they listen or they not listen. I have always said on this show, T-Floor, let me finish now. You want me to answer? And I've said T-Floor on this show, if you can remember. I have said I've always seen myself as part of the problem in my country. I'm not one of those disassociate themselves from a problem in Liberia. I am a Liberian, and I see myself as part of the problem. But what I'm doing every day is to try to be a part of the solution. And the solution got to be bigger than President Taylor. It got to be bigger than President Seli. It got to be bigger than former General Quiwonkpa. It got to be bigger than Tarloh. It got to be bigger than Louis Brown. It got to be bigger than all of us. We must focus on moving our people ahead. And that's where my advice has always been. And I follow each advice with concerted, determined action. That is why I'm not here, trying to see better and greener pasture. That is why I have my nose to the grinding stone. That is why when some of you talk to some of us, you say the worst things about some of us. And we still have not given up because we believe that we'll be vindicated by our action over time. And our people at the end of the day, if we can lift one Liberian out of poverty by the action that we take on the ground, we believe it will help our people in the long run.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Cora, please give us a recommendation. We have to, this time around, we're going to go, every time there's a question to our guests, you have 2 minutes to respond to that question. And I'll be timing you people as we move forward. As soon as you get 30 seconds, I'll remind you have 30 seconds. So, go ahead and give your recommendation.
This is my recommendation. Our problem over the years have been when people want to engage in rhetorics, flowery words to just hooing our people. We should have to be honest with our people, say the truth. So, Mr. Minister, my suggestion is that please speak the truth and be honest with your conscience. You talk about our Transparency International survey is perception. I want you to know that all the survey they've been doing since Transparency International was formed, it has been based on the measurement of perception. So I want you to know that, and it is also scientific. I just want you to know that. So please speak truth and be honest with what you tell our people, both in Liberia and in the diaspora.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cora. We're going to take the next one. Jerry, I know you think that I'm not giving you more time here, but it has to do with how long you people are talking. Minister Brown, please, we're going to have 2 minutes per person here. So, Cora, 4876, your name and where you got it from?
What's the number again?
That's 4876. That's you.
Yeah, okay. I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Welcome to the show tonight.
Thank you very much. My name is Tia Jadiat. My question is to the minister. Mr. Brown, how you doing?
I'm good, Jadiat. I trust you. Okay.
Very well, so.
Very well.
What I sense tonight is there's a lot of talking without giving us some facts. And recently I was in Liberia. But what really I'd like to find out is you were the same guy who was with Mr. Charles Taylor. And very recently, you were a member of the MPP against this administration, the Helen Johnson administration. My question to you is, do you think that the TRC report should be implemented? If not, why not?
Minister Brown, you have 2 minutes for that question. And I'm timing you here, sir.
Yes, sir. First of all, let me correct you. I am still a founding member and a member in rankings of the National Patriotic Party. I am not a member of the Unity Party. Have never been.
I didn't say that.
No, you're a former member of NPP. I want to correct that. So I got only 2 minutes. So let me just correct the record. There are other people that are listening. I am a ranking member of the National Patriotic Party.
Well,
I've never changed my party. Thank you. The second thing is TRC report.
Minister Brown has 2 minutes to answer your question, so please wait, let him get done. I'm timing him, please.
Okay. TRC report. I was on this very network, and T-Flow can bear me out, when we indicated that the TRC report is being implemented. Now, usually, and on that same show, I ask people, when you say the TRC report is not being implemented, what are you talking about? Invariably, it came down to lustration, that certain people should be banned from politics and then people are not being banned. But that is not true. Even though the TRC report called for lustration, what happened was those who were affected went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that the TRC was ultra-virus, meaning it did not have any authority to ban any Liberian citizen from the exercise of rights and privileges reserved for each citizen. Our Constitution clear. No citizen shall be denied any aspect of their life or liberty or rights without due process of law. And when due process of law is exercised, the person has a right to seek an appeal before the Supreme Court. And so, if you talk about that aspect of it, the court has already ruled on it. I promise T-Floor and many of his guests a list of things that the government has already done in terms of implementing the TRC report. When I get back to Monrovia, I will get T-Floor's email address, so he can put it on his website, and I'm going to put it on the MICA website so everybody can see. So we are not adverse to implementing elements of the TRC report that are implementable within the framework of the law.
30 seconds, Minister Brown.
Yeah, I finished. I did it in 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, Cora, go ahead with your recommendation.
Thank you very much. While it is true that some of the information seems not to be very accurate, for the sake of this program, we will go along, but we will be able to synthesize it. Mr. Minister, my recommendation is that you should tell the president, as you know, she's the only president for our country so far who have traveled every 3 to 4 times a month out of that country for whatever reason. She's frequent here than everywhere else. To me, it seems that her travel is nothing but a sightseeing mission. Tell the president that the money that she used to travel 3 to 4 times every month, that money can be used to develop the hospitals. That money can be used to bring about light and water in the country. That is my recommendation to you, Mr. Minister, to tell her that we are sick and tired of seeing her leaving our country 3 to 4 times a month. We don't know where she gets the money from. Her son is at the central bank. There would not be any transparency nor accountability. But please tell the president, I know she's probably with you there, that we are sick and tired of seeing her here 3 to 4 times every month. Matter of fact, she has usurped the role of the foreign minister. So Mr. Kafua is just a window dressing minister because he goes nowhere. She goes everywhere else. That is the okay? Well, nobody knows he's foreign minister because he goes nowhere. She visits everywhere. You stop using our money for sightseeing mission. That's my recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Brown. And to Tarloh Quiwonkpa, Jerry T. Brown, we're going to take the next one. Where T. Wan,
I want to talk about the unemployment and the economy.
The next one will come from 7905. Your name and where you're calling from. You have 2 minutes too. You got your question and then followed by a recommendation. The question first. 7905.
Yes,
your name and where you calling from.
My name is Duana Sayan, Mr. D. Flo. I'm calling from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. And thank you so much for accepting my call. And thank you, Mr. Minister, for coming on the Liberian Destiny Debater. And it is a pleasure to engage you. I have one question in twofold. The first question has to do with you were the information minister during the Child State Administration, and you.
No, I wasn't.
You were interim information minister.
No,
in
sir.
2003. Okay.
No, that's not true.
Okay, but you served as in Child
please.
Well, you served in Mr. Taylor administration in whatever capacity, and now you serve in President Ellen Johnson Study administration. Comparing the both administration, can you tell me the advantages and disadvantages in terms of corruption with Child Taylor administration versus the Ellen Johnson Study administration? Do you think Child Taylor administration was more corrupt than the Ellen Johnson Study administration, and if so, why? And then the last question has to do with.
We're gonna take one, please. Let's take one. Let's take the one, please. Yes, we have a lot of people in the queue. We have more than.
It's just the same follow-up to say that what would you have done differently if you were the president that President Ellen Johnson Study is not doing now? What would you have done differently that the president is not doing now in Liberia if you were the president?
Minister Brown, you have 2 minutes.
Wow, for 2 questions, 1 minute per question. First of all, I tell you that I'm pleased that today we are discussing the issue of corruption in our country and in our society. And the reason we're doing it is also a testament of how far this country has come. Back in 2003, fighting corruption was not the issue. The greatest issue in the government in which I served previously was the issue of security, cross-border attack. Those were the kinds of issues we're dealing with. Today, I'm pleased that our society has gone forward to the point now we are talking about values. How can we continue to build upon a system? That is why I'm pleased that the president decided. And if there's one thing I would have done that I will do and continue to do, is to make the issue of settling, redefining our values one of the best things that our society can do. Look, we can build all the roads. We can build all the hospitals. We can build all the schools. We can build all the bridges. If we don't redefine our relationship as citizens to our state and our relationship to each other, to our communities that we come from, we will not achieve anything in our society. The roads, the bridges, the schools, the power will all come down. That is why I'm happy that President Salih decided, let us put corruption as on the front burner so that all of us can be conscious of it. Because at the end of the day, if we don't tackle this problem, if we don't find a cure, it will bring us backwards. All the things we achieve, it will bring us backwards. So I'm happy. And because we are talking about it enough today, it doesn't mean that this society is more corrupt than previous society. It simply means we are more aware, we are more enlightened, and we are exercising more the freedom of each citizen. It gives our citizenship an added sense of value that we can all debate this kind of matter, these societal problems. We can all start to modernize our society. We can all build the capacity of our public institutions to resist corruption and the temptation to corruption. Once all of us start talking about these things the way we are doing, once all of us start recognizing it's wrong for our society will benefit, our society will be better for it.
Minister Brown, his question is, can you compare the past administration with that of this in the area of corruption? Which one of the two, if you look at Chastain and look at the current president, Madam Salih, for her administration, which one do you think is more corrupt? Please.
But look at the empiricals. That's what I'm saying to you, DeFleur. Look at the empiricals. Fighting corruption was not a priority of the Taylor government. When the last time we talked about corruption in our country as a national priority? It was only in 2006 when President Salih came to power that she elevated corruption to the front burner of national awareness. So much so that today we are so overwhelmingly aware of it that we are determined to resist it in any form, shape, and form. So I cannot compare without empiricals. How can somebody tell me to compare, even though they are fruits, they are two governments, but how can you tell me to compare apple and oranges? They were two separate times. The priorities were totally different. This is the first time a government has come to power to say we will treat corruption as public enemy number one. And the record is clear.
Mr. Brown, let me just touch a little bit of that, because having to raise a level of something and doing something about it are two different things. But raised the bar, but what has she done?
What she's done? Let me name it. I hope you don't cut me off in 2 minutes. Let me name it for you. First of all, number one, we built the institutional capacity to fight corruption. Let me tell you how. We reformed the law. We created groups such as PPCC, LERTI, internal audit systems, so that Louis Brown today, in the past, as a previous minister, I could sign anything in my ministry or agency. Nobody will ask me a question. Today, I cannot sign anything unless my internal auditor agrees that it complies with PPCC regulation. I cannot even agree to buy newspaper from one vendor unless I have expressed it through public debate through the bidding process, open bidding process, that everybody can participate in and put in 3 vouchers to be able to say, oh yes, I can do it at a better, cheaper cost. So the government is getting, the way we are publicly procured has changed. The way we are accounting for natural resources have changed. The way we are running the institutions of our government has changed. When you add all of that up, then there's something else. People argue that we're not prosecuted for corruption. That's not true. I don't remember any point, and people deny this. I don't remember any point where there has been more audit of government institutions than any point. And it's only under this administration. And what has been done with other reports? A former predecessor of the Ministry of Information, he is still being prosecuted on other reports. So you have these incidents, not only of the government changing the way we have administered, but opening it up a little bit more. Read our papers, listen to our radio every day. There is not one semblance of... Look at now we are talking about the president's thumb is in the other place, it's nepotism, it must be removed. When the last time we ever talked about these kinds of things like this? It is that heightened awareness that people now are becoming more and more aware of it, and we're removing it from the table. And don't take my word. Go back to the report I keep mentioning. We were 138. If we are 41 in the world, tell me that is not progress. If we are the 10th least corrupt country in West Africa, tell me that is not progress.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Cora, do you have a recommendation before we go to Jerry Watiwan? Because he wants to say something.
Yeah, Diplo, thank you so much again. It's just that it is unfortunate. Maybe the minister, we appreciate some of the discussion, but it's just that the question is not being answered directly. But maybe hopefully on a different program he's going to be able to have the opportunity to answer it. But my suggestion would be, Mr. Minister, is like how Mr. Fode said. We need to be very honest. This is our country. This is our country. When we're discussing critical issue of national concern, I think put in such a position as a Minister of Information who has every information, we should be very honest with the information, valid. So the Information Ministry should also, I think the Information Ministry is not releasing the information very well. In fact, if the information is even critical or even accurate, they need to do more in reaching out to, the greater community, not just in Liberia. But the Information Ministry needs to do the best to disseminate the information to the public, and then we can decide and research those information and be able to convince other people. But I advise that you should be able to send out more information to the public, and hopefully the next time you can be able to answer the question directly. Thank you.
Thank you,
thank you very much.
We are Liberia Destiny debaters. We are not investigative journalists. So those who are in the business of being investigating people, maybe when they show up to whatever show that is, you can investigate Minister Brown. We don't do that over here. Our callers are allowed to give questions, recommendations that will move our country forward. So I just wanted you to know that. So Jerry, what you want? We'll give you 2 minutes for you to touch some of the things the minister has said.
The minister is always evading my key issues. The Constitution and the rule of law. When the president violates it with impunity, when the president, without the approval of the legislature, transfer $10 million of the tax people's money from the national bank into a private bank account. Are you saying you don't know about these things? When the chief justice goes into
can I answer that first, Jerry?
Hold on. When the chief justice goes into
private business, time, he got 2 minutes to say what he wants to say here.
Don't eat into my 2 minutes. You know, all these things we're building wells here and there, they're secondary. When the president violates the law without the authority of the legislature to say transferring money into a private bank account, and no one in the legislature dare call the president for a hearing under what authority? Nobody could deny this thing. They happened. The president said, I made that to us. He said, I was putting the money there for my development agenda. The chief justice goes into a private enterprise and calls a businessman who registers his business to pay his taxes, to pay his salary, drags him into the office in handcuffs and says, you don't get my money, you're not leaving from here. Then we retire him and we put him on pension. Then we pay him when he should have been in jail. Try that here in America. You live here, you went to school. You live here, you went to school. The Supreme Court tells the president, you must address the Congress here.
in the Capitol building. A rebel faction breaks away to go to the OU conference center. President says, no, I'm going with the rebel faction. And you sit down here, you're talking about the president where he let it. Well, the president is abusing, violating the law too. Why are you not addressing these key issues that I'm raising? You're talking about well here and roll here and lay here. All those things are cosmetic.
So
what are you doing about the Constitution and the rule of law? These are my questions.
So can I answer? Asking Minister Brown questions. Is that right?
Yeah, he asked me. I now understand the question. Can I answer?
Yeah.
Yes, but I don't really know whether that was a question or statement.
Oh no, I said it is right. Those violations. So you said the president has been going, the code, everything working, this and that. Are you not aware of these violations in Liberia?
Jerry, my dear brother, I started this show. Let me finish now. I listen to you too. I started this show by saying people are entitled, this is not my own thoughts. I'm copying somebody. People are entitled to their own opinions. Jerry, you stop butchering truth and trying to. I see why people keep saying, oh, when the minister talk, let the minister say, at least 2% I say, let the minister say the truth. Because they are being fed so much lies that they're starting to believe the lie. I agree with the last caller. We need to do more as an information ministry to give our facts to people. When I spoke here about Liberia being the 10th least corrupt country in West Africa, I know some of you panic, you don't believe it. But I indicated, I said, go Google it. Don't take my word. Google Transparency International. Go look at the 2012 report. March Liberia from 2008 to 2012. You will see the progress Liberia. Liberia has moved more than 90 places. That's not my statistics. That's Transparency International statistics on your country. So, but when you listen to other people tell you you are the most corrupt country on earth, and Louis Brown tells you to go look at that report, you haven't even tried to look at it yourself. Then you say, my man, but learn to tell the truth when you're talking to us. I see what you mean truth. Truth may be to make you feel good. Or truth may be to make you believe you are driven by something, so you want something to feed into it. That's not true. Jerry, you have to stop this. You have to stop lying to our people. I'm sorry to say it this way. Where did the president take $10 million and tell you, say, I put it in my private development account? Where?
Maybe you are not.
You have not heard that. I challenge you today. I challenge you tomorrow. But here is something else. Jerry. We need to stop doing this. You say the president violated the Constitution. Let me even grant you for 1 second that is remotely true for the business of arguing. You are saying we should therefore violate it more. We should set the whole Constitution aside and go for an interim government. Maybe we name you Minister of Information. Then suddenly that government will be all right. Then somebody else gets vet. No, we're not living now. Then somebody else gets vet, Jerry. Then they tell you, say, oh no, Jerry in our government? No. We got to move our government. Is this the kind of country you want us to be running, Jerry? We can't do it. We will not do it. We will respect our rights of each citizen to be able to express themselves, to be able to disagree, but we will not every 3 years go to Accra to form new interim government. We pass that stage. If you have a beef, deliver it to the Liberian people and let the Liberian people decide every 4 years based on counter arguments, based on alternative. I have yet to hear constructive alternative that somebody say the government policy or power is wrong. The government policy to invest in economic multipliers wrong. The government policy to lift our people from poverty that all of us identify people are suffering. What are you proposing that we do? Your proposal is that we must undermine the Constitution, we must undermine the democracy, we must go have interim government based on lies? That the president said, I put $10 million for the national budget and I put it in my private development account.
The recordings are available. The recordings are part of the record. He said
I dare you, I defy you, I challenge you. We need to stop these kind of things. We need to stop lying on our country and our own government, man.
The Minister of Information has given you a challenge. So please publish.
I dare you! I defy you, Gerald. What do you want?
Debaters, please send that to us and we'll publish it if you have it. Let's go to.
So you don't know about the Chief Justice going to a private business and handcuffing somebody?
No.
You don't know about the recording to D-Floor. You don't know about the Supreme Court.
Gave the recording to D-Floor. What the president say, I took $10 million from the national budget and I'm using it for my private development.
Yes.
I defy you. I dare you.
We are open to receive that from you, Jerry. If you have it, please send it to us.
And you know what? We lie to each other in this country. We lie to each other. Our people are so busy. They're working here. They don't have the time to research some of these things. And so you just commit yourself to just lie like that.
Mr. Brown, you are being recorded. You will one day answer to these things you calling lies.
I'm calling to your show so you can even record me better. Jerry, I'm opening an invitation to you. Jerry, I'm extending an invitation to appear on your show. I want all the lies you've been feeding our people. I want to confront you on your own show so you can show me the evidence in your own studio. We need to stop lying on our content like this.
Mr. Let me just respond quickly.
Let's take the next one,
Mr. Moderator, he say I'm lying. I can refer him to people who made the statement. The governor of the Central Bank of Liberia, Mills Jones, was the one that disclosed the $10 million figure. Now, it is on record. Journalists were there at the news conference. You information minister, you don't know. You don't know that
information. Can you find that information and give it
to
us?
Media houses in Liberia got the information. That
is media house. Jerry, you are making a case, so I think it would be better if you go and search for the information, give it to us. Can you do that?
D-Floor is not a judge. When the time comes,
Okay, then we have to take the next one because you don't have your evidence, but you want to keep making an argument. Do not depend on the media to fight your fight.
Where is the evidence on your father? Where is the evidence that the Chief Justice never went to a business to arrest somebody? He has not even commented on that.
Okay,
he has not even commented on that. He doesn't even. That man will tell me he doesn't know that the first annual message of the president, the Supreme Court got involved and told the president not to go with the rebel faction that went to OU village. And this is a lie. And the president. You are information minister. You don't know these things.
Jerry, let me ask you a question. Are you people going to New York to protest because the former Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, Johnny Lewis, handcuffed somebody? Is that what you're going to protest for, or are you going to protest because
Johnny Lewis is being paid? Johnny Lewis is receiving taxpayer money that be utilized when he should have been in jail for violating the law. We're talking about the law and the Constitution.
You have no moral authority to talk about the law. You have no moral authority to talk about law when you are saying we must circumvent our Constitution. When you are saying we must stop electoral process in our country, and every 2 years we must have a transitional government. You have no moral authority to talk about the law.
But Mr. Brown, they did it to Tobo. Tobo was elected. They did it to Do was elected. They did it to Taylor. Taylor was elected. Why didn't they step out their full term?
Is that what your organization concerns?
Mr. Moderator, you are taking sides. What is good for the goose is good for the gender. We're not going there because we want to go there. We are going there because of the constitutional violation issue that I'm raising.
Yeah,
but
you have to
Supreme Court decision.
Mr. Wetty, this is what I want you to do for me moving forward in the rest of the program. I'm not taking side. I'm asking you a question. It said because Ellie Johnson Sullivan and the rest of the group that follow her that went and removed Samia Doe from power, whatever means they did it, is that why you people are trying to do this? Your organization or what? Are you doing it because you think it's wrong?
Because the Constitution empowers us. That when the leaders who are elected, Obama said it at the University of Cape Town, get the recording on the speech, go to the White House, they'll get to you. That corrupt leaders, tyrants, and corrupt leaders, they use election cycles as an excuse to buy time, to perpetuate themselves in office. That the citizens under the Constitution have the right to demand the removal of their leader.
Let me ask you a question.
Constitution are you ever reading?
Jerry, let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a question, then we're going to have to go to the line and take a couple of calls here. I'm not going to keep rolling this thing like this. Let me ask you a question. So let's assume if you people were successful to remove this government from power, then another group of people come and say, Jerry Wetty is not running the government good. We're going to remove Jerry. So every 6 years, every 4 years, Liberian people will have to be running from Lofa County to Nimba County, running away from people because certain group of people feel that the government is now being run by certain people. So instead of that going to the ballot, it will be something that the Liberian people, it will become a norm for the society that every time we force the government out of power. Is that what you're trying to say here?
Well, first of all, your assumption that I'm doing it to be in office, information minister, that's a lie. That's a lie. I need only 10 years to retire and live comfortably anywhere. When the people we remove them tomorrow, and we are in power and we abuse the Constitution, the rule of law, the Liberians have the right to take to the street to remove us too. Until we'll get it right. We will get it right one day. You know? Okay. We'll get it right. No one is above the law. The president takes our money, put it in the private bank account, and you talk about he know about it. I know Joe. He called a news conference in Monrovia that day. You know? Okay, we're gonna Jerry, let's take the next one here. The next one is gonna come from 0227. Your name and where you calling from? 0227, your last number. That's Ellen Cooper. Ellen Cooper? I guess Jerry Wetty, you are holding the line too long. You and Minister Brown, you guys are going back and forth on this one thing, whether it's the right thing to do to wait for the ballot or to force the government out. So I just want to make sure that we get that on the record here. I think it will be the best thing for us to do is to always demonstrate against the government. If you believe that is the wrong thing the government is doing, then ask it for force. So let's take the next one. The next one will come from 6494. Your name and where you calling from?
It's me, Quiwonkpa from Delaware.
Yes, welcome to the show tonight. 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Minister. Thank you for all you said. And for me, as a Liberian, we have passed through a lot of things, you know, and we, the Liberian citizens, we are hurt. What can you do in your capacity as Minister of Information and Cultural Affairs? Where do we stand? And I got 3 questions. My question is why...
Let's take one, please. We got a lot of people in the queue here. We are almost at the end of the program. It's going to 11 on the East Coast.
Okay, thank you. My question to you here is, the next election that is coming out, how do you see the fate of the opposition when the present election commission chairman, he hailed from the Unity Party and he once upon a time ran on a Unity Party ticket? Where do you see the fate of the opposition, Mr. Minister? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I see the fate of all Liberians as very, very hopeful. Why do I say this? There is no law anywhere that says before you come onto a post, you must not be associated with any party. There's no law. None whatsoever. The only law is when you assume that office, you must not be a member of any political party. Now, if the current chairman, I know the current chairman, by the way, our chairman of the NDC, the current chairman was the lawyer of the NDC, the current chairman of the Election Commission, and go and verify that. He represented the NDC to the Supreme Court. When we took the Election Commission to the Supreme Court with a claim. All right? So, will we find perfect Liberians anywhere? No. What we need to do is to balance election commission, balance our organization, and begin to show faith in each other. If we say one day the person will just drop from heaven, who is a Liberian that is pure and unassociated with any problem in our country, it will never happen, my dear brother. What we must do is that's why this government has tried to invest in the system, in the institutions. Because when we put laws together and we have the institutional capacity to enforce those laws, then it reduces individual vulnerabilities, individual will to be excessive, to violate the law. Then each of us will start to hold. Why is America great? It doesn't mean that a Republican or a Democrat cannot head electoral commission or cannot be this or cannot head this commission. No. When you take on it, the system is so established. The institutions are so grounded that you alone can do anything. And I believe when the Liberian people speak, no General Election Commission anywhere has the capacity to reverse it. Our country has gone too far. That commission is comprised of individuals that I believe may not be perfect, but when we build the institution, we build the capacity of the system to be fair, to be open, to be transparent. No individual will change any result. But what the opposition needs to do is to not spend its time advocating for bringing the government down. When the Liberian people have decided that, we must respect the decision of Liberian people in elections. What we need to do is to present clear alternatives. If the government says we are investing in power as a way of lifting our people out of poverty, if the opposition believes there is an alternative way, then the opposition begin to reach out to the people with an alternative view. Rather than saying they overturn everything, and when you present yourself to the people selected one and say that the person who got faith in, we believe this person. Then when all the person come finish, you say that move there. We will not do it. We will not do it. Even if we did it before, the time has passed. Lincoln said it is unwise to use old medicine to cure new ailments. That's what modernity is. We can't say because somebody did it before, so we must do it now. The time has passed.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Cora, your recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Minister, thanks, and I appreciate all your comments you made, where there's no perfection, and we're trying to build it faster. What I would recommend to you, Mr. Minister, the Liberian people, we the poor people, we are dying in all anger. You see your driver, sir, he hardly pay his kids' school fees, one time a day. I would like for all ministers of the Republic of Liberia to make this different. I want for you to donate your 1 month salary to the Liberian people. Then we will know that you guys are in solidarity with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
But let me start with you. What are you prepared to donate? You yourself.
Yeah, Mr. Minister, 1 minute. Thank you. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I got a stock. I'm value in Liberia. My value in Liberia now is $150,000 for my honest money. As I speak to you at my work, working there. I can show you my property in Dupont Road. If you won't mind, go and visit it. Now I got the people that are hired. I just received a document today that I need to pay $15,000 to tile under the house. So I'm investing. Yeah. I'm not here talking the talk. As I talk the talk, I walk the walk. And most of the time I live in San Nicolas City. I'm from Fangalo Avenue. My father was an educator. You heard about Dolo Memorial High School. We the one that stopped women young girls not to commit abortion in Nima County. We the one that brought other education in Nima County. So this is a contribution I still making there as I speak to you. And if I come you won't mind, I can look for you and I'll take you there.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I will look for the opportunity to meet with you. But let me just say this very quickly in 30 seconds. Let me say this. Another thing people forget often. People, I want all your people listening to understand this. In 2003, in 2006, the least paid civil servant was making the equivalent of $15 US. Today, the least paid civil servant makes $125. Is that enough? No, it's not enough. But you can see the progress that is being made. No civil servant makes less than $125 today in Liberia.
Mr. Moderator.
So the driver that was making $15 is now making $125. We need to continue to do that.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 802 callers online. So caller has given his recommendation. Let's go to Jerry. What you want, Jerry?
Let's go to the economy, wages, unemployment, the voodoo economics they are practicing in Liberia. Let's talk about that. All right, let's talk about that.
2 minutes.
The World Bank says the unemployment rate in Liberia is 85%. Ellen took office in 2006. Here in America, they give monthly periodic labor statistics. Unemployment, how many people lost jobs, how many people applied for unemployment, how many people got jobs. In Liberia, we have not heard that from 2006 until last year, 2012. Suddenly, some quasi-government agency called the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Geoinformation whatsoever, and one Dr. Liberty. I think the news conference was held at the Ministry of Information. Let the minister correct me on that. And then suddenly, from 85% in 2006, it dropped to 3.7% magically, which are called voodoo economics or Economics, because that is not Harvard economics. They said, well, when you're selling cold water to water side, you are employed, self-employed. When you're selling Ducaflare, you are employed. When you're riding pimping motorbike, you are employed. Is this the Harvard economics? What is the unemployment rate in Liberia, Mr. Brown, Information Minister?
Yeah. Thank you, Jerry. And let me clear the air again. First of all, when we talk about, we threw the figure around. Unemployment 85%, unemployment 85%, unemployment 85%. Illiteracy rate this. There has been no empirical that says this is what it is. The second problem with many of these things is that we have not defined. Unemployment is an economic term, Jerry. It's not a political term, if you will. It's an economic term. And defined economically, they broke it down into two things. First of all, let me tell you, it was the World Bank and the ILO that combined along with USAID, I believe. I'm not sure about USAID, but the ILO and the World Bank that combined to undertake this study. They provided the technical support for this study. It found out that when people say they are employed, they are not talking in the true economic definition of employment or unemployment. There are two categories. We talk about vulnerable unemployment, meaning you may be earning a bit of income because of what you're doing, but for many Liberians, you are not employed unless you are working for the government, or you get up in the morning and you go to an office, okay? If you, plenty people doing used car business, when they ask them, are you employed? They say, I'm not employed. You see, my man, I do my own small business, I'm not employed. So in the economic definition, they broke it into two categories. Vulnerable employment is, it was put at, I think it is 7%. I'm not clear on that other figure. I need to check it out. Vulnerable employment, meaning you see people selling Ducaflare. You see people, but they are one day away from their business breaking down. It cannot sustain them over a long period. So they are called vulnerable employed. Now, there is the other category, but those people don't see themselves as being employed. They see themselves as not working. Because for many Liberians, to work means you got to be going to a government ministry agency. That group that has absolutely no income whatsoever is that 3.7% that you are talking about, Jerry. Absolutely none. Now, are we pleased with the vulnerable employment that Liberians can be selling sneakers today and tomorrow? Something happens again, he didn't buy that sneaker one day. There are some people who go to sell the Ducaflare, Jerry, you may not know. If they don't make money for that day, it's that different. There are some people who do hand to mouth. You sell before they sell something you want to cook. That's what vulnerable employment is. It is high. It is too high for the liking of the government. It is around 87%. We don't celebrate it. We don't like it. Those are the kind of people we need to provide incentive to continue to move and sustain their businesses. To be able to do that, we have set up in the Ministry of Commerce something called LIFE. It is to provide, first of all, the central bank is engaged in this massive infusion of credit, microfinancing to small Liberian businesses across the economy. Whether you're doing tailor business, you're doing agriculture business, you're doing your small shop, you're doing the central bank through, it's like a cooperative system, through the Liberia Business Association, continue to provide incentive for those people through microfinancing. The second thing we're doing through the LIFE program is to put I think it's 500,000 from the government, another 500,000. A parcel of $1 million has been put together in the common ministry. What we are doing, we are training Liberians first of all to learn to manage their own businesses. Then we are providing them capital to expand. That is how you improve lives of people, Jerry. You take the budget and divide it. So right now, go to the Liberia Small Medium Enterprises. We are providing them incentives. We are providing them training. We are teaching market women how to use their cell phone, how to save, how to keep their own books, how to improve on their businesses. Then we are providing opportunity for credit. And you ask me, let me answer you now. We talk about the economy. The economy got to work for ordinary Nigerians. And that is what we are doing. So let me end and say you want to make another point.
Yes, Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one will actually come from quarter 4380. Your name and where you're calling from. This guy has been waiting for almost 3 hours.
Yeah, hello. This is William Ponder. I'm calling from Boston, Massachusetts. Mr.
Welcome.
Minister,
Thank you for holding for that long.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One for Tyler, and those who will be conducting this protest, and then one for the minister. So I will just double all of them in 2 minutes. For the minister, I would like to say, I'm sorry, the Liberian people, we are in a state of gullibility, and it's born out of years of deprivation. Corruption, you name it. From prior to 1980, and it worsened during the 1980 period. I worked in the government in 1980, and some of the issues you're addressing, I agree with them a great deal, because I have been able to see the transitional changes over time, and try to compare it to where we are now. But back on one of the callers who said that the government has failed in providing information to the public. If you say you're doing these things and people are misinformed and disinformed, Front Page Africa has been doing a very good job of giving its own view of what your government is doing, and you have sat back, not from your Minister Information time, but even prior to your tenure. Your government sat back and allowed the Liberian people to be fed a continuum of disinformation and misinformation. I questioned one of your ministers right here in Boston one time. Why you people sit there and allow disinformation to be fed to people who are gullible? We are not going to, right now, Liberia is at a festival. You either give us what is true and transparent, or the people will feed what is given to them.
Can you give us a question, please?
So the question becomes and it's an economic question. Why is it the central bank decided? It's a good view that the central bank is giving direct financing, but the role of the central bank is not to delve into microcredit. The role of the central bank is
what is your question? Is that a question, or you are trying to give a
question? Can you give me a chance to ask my question? I have to be able to give the premise to my question. You either allow me to do that, or I can't ask the question. You have to give me to build it up. I'm trying to say the role of the central bank is not to engage in direct finance.
Yeah, but
that's not the traditional role of the bank. Can I ask a question, sir?
When you say that to me, it means that you are already making a statement, not a question. You are
giving the question. Give me a chance to come to the question. The question is, why is the Central Bank of Liberia at this particular time giving direct credit to the marketplace when when in the past they're supposed to guarantee loans? They should be the guarantor of credit, but not give direct credit. That's my question. It's just a simple question.
What is the next question for Tarloh Quiwonkpa?
The question for Tarloh is what they hope to achieve from this whole objective of removing the government, because apparently I'm hearing. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Let's go to Tarloh first. Tarloh, what do you hope to achieve here?
I'd like to thank the gentleman for the question. MOLA, basically, our purpose is to bring the corruption issue up to the United Nations. We will have our position statements. Madam Salif herself understand the process we're going through. She's done it before, and it's within the Constitution. We at MOLA, in every way possible, will bring the fact that Madam Johnson Salif has failed. She needs to resign because she failed to live up to the very Constitution that provided us all to live by when we become whatever it is. So our goal basically will be to raise the issue, the awareness. And I think there was a lady on the line who raised a question regarding, I think she mentioned about what we're going to do, which I think correlates with your question. We basically will follow what the Constitution says. The Constitution provides if a leader resigns, there are information within the Constitution that we will follow. So I want to let you know that you should look up to our position statement. It will be provided to the President and also to the United Nations. In addition, let me say something to Mr. Minister. You know, one of his callers, I think it was Jacob Godapode, challenged the minister to be honest with the Liberian people. I agree with the caller. Honestly, it is very critical for that part of the information minister to be very authentic in providing information. For instance, in 2009, if I'm wrong, Mr. Minister, please correct me. Your party, the NPP, Liberty Party, and the CDC criticized Ellen in a speech that was read during the 52 National Legislature. And you apparently, Mr. Minister, you read that speech. And in your joint communication, which you read on behalf of the three parties, charged President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of ignoring the plight of the ordinary Liberians. Specifically, your party and the other two parties accused Ellen of bad governance, nepotism, and corruption in the government. Mr. Minister, you and others were right in criticizing Ellen in 2009 for bad governance and corruption in Liberia as well. So what I want you to know that we in MOLA are not just criticizing, but we have decided to take action by protesting against bad governance and corruption. Liberia should understand that they have the right, and I think what is fundamentally is needed in our country, so people can understand. You elect the president or the minister, we are the people who give them the power. They're supposed to listen to the people, and it says that it spells it out in the Constitution. Not because you have election and there's 2 years, 3 years, you want to sit back and wait until the president's term expires. The Constitution is what we all should be guided by. But it is crystal clear that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has failed in her the oath she took to live and conduct the affair of our nation by the Constitution. So we need to educate our citizens, because if they can understand that, you know what, yes, we went to the poll, we elected our leaders. We, the same people, have the right, if we see that our leaders that we elected through the voting box are not doing what they proclaimed during that platform, during the time they were, going through the process to have them elected, failed to do, they need to understand they have the right to do it. And this is what is lacking in our country. We sit down and we have people like Mr. Minister say things, and he's trying to say we do not have empirical evidence or don't know where to find. It's based on opinion. We all have the right to our opinion, but it doesn't mean our opinions are the fact. You yourself said things that is not even accurate, Mr. Minister, so myself challenge you to take upon yourself and use ministry and educate our people that, you know what, the Constitution is there. Yes, you went to the poll, but our people have the right. It doesn't, the Constitution guide us. It doesn't say if the person is elected and they are there for 4 hours or 3 hours or 3 years that you cannot ask them to resign. But I think Johnson Sirleaf did this to Mr. Taylor when he was elected 3 years. So we need to educate our people. The Constitution, we should not be seeing the same thing over and over, because it will lead to where we are today. Our people need to know the very Constitution. They went to the poll. The Constitution says if the leader is not functioning as it is spelled out in the Constitution, they have the right, because the power belongs to the people. They have the right to have the president to resign. And within that same framework, it tells us who will be the next ascending leader. So the notion that you will make all these things about, is just just ridiculous. And I want to assure everyone, we are not taking any violence. It is time that some of us who are in the United States enjoying the privilege of this nation, we go to work, we feed our children. It is time that we understand what goes on in the Constitution in this country. When people stand up and say things, they are not doing it to take bombs and go and threaten. Mullah is not doing that. We are just fed up with the corruption, nepotism. The minister brought out about one of Ellen Johnson's sons. The nepotism has been at its max. There is rampant corruption. The minister failed to even answer, to address, to even admit to the fact that even the GAC, that Mr. Molu, admitted that this Ellen Johnson government is trillion times corrupt. It is a corrupt regime. And you yourself, Mr. Minister, you spoke about that in the 52 National Congress. You criticized Ellen vehemently for you to sit here and say you have taken a 360-degree turn. It is very, very interesting. But let me assure my Liberian brothers and sisters that we are not taking any violence to create that kind of turmoil. We will be very peaceful. We want to bring this to the United Nations because corruption is being fight. Because the United Nations signed treaties we Liberia is a part of. We want to bring this corruption issue to the forefront versus just having all of us sit down and say business as usual while our poor brothers and sisters in the villages. The minister spoke about light in Nima County. I was in Nima County, Wagotuo, Zole, Zogowi. Those places didn't have light, Mr. Minister. So it is so good to provide accuracy in seeing these things because people are living this experience. You drive cars, you got gas to go places. People are not even eating. I really appreciate the fact that people are listening to the misleading information you are providing as the information minister. So let me make this clear. We are not a violence group. We will not take any guns. We will not support anybody who will try to kind of destroy our country. The Liberian people have had enough through Ellen Johnson's lead. The Liberian people do not need to see any war, no destabilization. I would not see that happen to our country, but we will continue to pursue the fact that Ellen Johnson spoke against corruption, and she brought a platform to fix the problem. She came with a 911 platform. We expected that to be her priority for this nation, whereas she did not. And you have 1% of the people in her government stealing and enjoying the nation's resources. You talk about peace. You are the information minister. Currently, there are 16 Grand Gideons Liberians who've been detained. They have been in jail, away from their family, their loved ones, their sisters, their brothers. They have not yet been brought to justice to try them. They are still in jail. Those are things that can kind of destabilize the very peace you claim to be talking about. Thank God for all mail. You understand, Mr. Minister? So these are the things. You can't sit down. Those people that are in jail that are Grand Gideons, they have loved ones, mothers, grandchildren. They have not seen them. Our prison system in Liberia, you know what it is. They are in there. No one is talking on their behalf. They are voiceless. Mr. Rodney Sear, who has been doing his best to at least bring this information, the corruption practices that have been going on, because he has been refusing to take bribe from Ellen and language law. Madina Wisa then choose to put him in jail. Honestly, it's not funny, Mr. Minister. I can give you documents if you want that. So you guys found a way to shut him down. But Ellen Johnson said he should be the last one to jail or journalist when she spoke against Taylor. So you got to bring the truth to people. And you yourself fought against Ellen and you said things about Ellen about corruption and nepotism. So have you sitting here and preaching the gospel and making it sound like things, it is very, very important because it is a minister like you, because you got a salary, you have an air-conditioned house, you're eating 3 times a day, you got money to travel to the United States for health care. All of those things are pretty sweet to you. So our people who do not have the voice for them to speak, Mola will speak on our behalf. Until Ellen Johnson resigns, so I can assure you there will be no fighting of war. In our position statement, we will stick and articulate everything in that position statement. I can assure you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you. We're going to give Minister Brown here. We know you went more than 3 minutes. It's because we did not give you the air time for a couple of while. So we're going to give Minister Brown at least. He got it.
Even Jerry got to laugh.
Minister Brown,
that would not mean, Mr. Brown. That would not mean I need for you to come on my program.
Okay, I'll come.
Jerry T1, please give your invitation to Minister Brown when he leaves here. Let's discuss what we are discussing here, please.
But it wasn't me. How will he just conclude that it was me laughing?
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this to my sister, Tarloh. Tarloh, you know, the more I listen, the more I appreciate the pain you're going through, and really, I know it's hard, and it seems easier for me to ask you to forgive and forget and let your country move on, but you know. There are many people who've gone through personal hurts as well. So we've got to focus on what's in the best interest of our country. You know, look, we will continue to respect the rights of Liberians to demonstrate peacefully, to petition their government. It's a duty. You know, and we don't read the Constitution all kind of way. The Constitution ain't saying what extra Constitution means. To subvert it. Let us not forget. You know, so look, the more I listen to you, the more I'm convinced that your demonstration has nothing to do with whether there's corruption in Liberia, whether there are people speaking. Let me finish now. I listen to you, but let me finish now, ma. Let me finish now, ma.
That is the opinion. It's based solely on corruption. I did not.
Okay, but I'm entitled to my opinion now. Let me finish now. Let me express my opinion. Protect my right to express my opinion now.
Go ahead, sir.
Just like I protected yours to listen to you too. So it has look, any sensible person listening to you know that you got personal beef with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I suggest woman to woman you get together and you try to solve it. But don't drag our country under all kind of false guises. You know, there's corruption. I come in, let me finish now.
Mr. Brown, we reject that.
He just lying.
You listen, let me finish now.
Minister has 2 minutes to respond here, please. We have to wrap it up here. Minister has 2 minutes to respond, please.
These are false, and you know, Tarloh, they are false. You know what the real problem is, and you know what your real height is. All these rules, all these guys, there's corruption in Liberia, and the rate go up, and people will come down, and there must be transitional government, and there must be, you know, at the end of the day what the real problem is. It has nothing to do with corruption in Liberia. It has nothing to do with people in Nimba drinking water from ponds and dirty places. Because if it really has something to do about that, I'm sure you will be using your influence to help those people in those communities. It has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with your pain and with your hurt. And I empathize with that. Let me finish now. We can't talk like that, Tarloh. I listen to you.
I'm going to come to you for you to get a 1 minute response to the minister. So just.
Answer my question.
Tarloh, let him land. I will come back to you, Tarloh, for you to get 1 minute to respond to the minister, please.
He's taking
okay, look, let me answer the gentleman question because I'm sure everybody has listened to Tarloh from the beginning of this show.
My question hasn't been addressed. You guys have gone over the same issue, over and over. I mean,
that's not accurate. That's his opinion.
Let me just go straight to your question, yeah, because we'll go over and over and we're not going anywhere. The fact of the matter still is,
yeah.
Should the Ministry of Information do more to give our people information? Yes, we need to continue. And every time I hear, these kinds of outlandish, totally fallacious communications about our own country, I don't know where people get the information from. So yes, we need to do more. And I pledge to you, my brother, like I did on the previous show, we will continue to do our best to provide information. But there's something else. I want to encourage all Liberians. Sometimes you yourself got to be anxious for information yourself. Because almost every ministry has a website now. The New Liberia, we try to give as much information as possible. But somehow, when there is all this buried anger and these kind of things in, it's difficult to let the proper information flow through. When people say at this day and age that we must have a transitional government, that's disaster. Now I agree with you. The central bank has put in place monetary policy to make interventions. Now, are they doing what commercial banks should be doing? We need to look into that other aspect of it. Maybe you are right. But if, as a government entity, they believe part of the lifting Liberia in the second term must be to make the kinds of critical intervention to continue to provide Liberia access to microfinancing, to affordable loans. We believe, even if that is not their duty, the fact that it enables Liberians, we should look favorably at it to continue to look at possibilities and ways by which we can lift Liberians out of our difficult circumstances. And I guess that is why the central bank is making these kinds of interventions.
Let's go to Tarloh for rebuttal. Tarloh, you have 1 minute to rebut the minister. Tarloh Quiwonkpa, please. Tarloh, are you with us? Yes, you have 1 minute to rebut the minister.
I just want to say to the minister, reiterate, I'm not making anything up. It's not my opinion. There have been several special presidential committees set up to investigate corrupt officials. The committees Dawn Commission report, the Knuckle Gate corruption email scanner, the Nabali Warners Commission report on the carbon harvesting, right? The Twawan Gongwe report, the Burma family report. All of these corruption committees are there. Secondly, Mr. Minister, nepotism, the very, very constitution. Nepotism in government has been very high. A.P. Johnson, her cousin, who was the former Minister of Internal Affairs, Fanny Sherman, her nephew, Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, Estrella Bernard, her brother-in-law, who is a legal advisor to Ellen, Carney Johnson, her brother, who is a personal advisor on mining companies, right, selling our resources for free, in a sense. Former Salih, who one of the caller mentioned about her stepson, who is now the director of NSA. We have Charles Salih, her son, who was once former minister, and now he is the deputy or the governor of the central bank. And of course, Robert Salih. Those are some of the things. Let her family resign from the government. It's nepotism, it's corruption. I want you to know, Mola will be protesting to bring this up to the United Nations. Ellen will have to resign because she has not lived up to the oath of the Constitution. She has failed in her ability to run that country. She fought and she influenced and said she had all of the different fixed for our nation. It has been 8 years. It's time for Ellen to resign. It's time for Ellen to resign, and we're going to go down to the United Nations and petition and have within our proposition statement why we want her to resign. So let us and we will be very, very civil in our demonstration and protest. Thank you very much.
Jerry, my turn. Yeah, my turn. We got one from Brown to Tarloh and me. Listen, Mr. Brown talked about the salaries of the lowest earner in the government when Ellen took office in 2006. $15, $30, whatever it was. And he says now $125. I want Mr. Brown to tell the audience here what is the current salary of the president of Liberia and the vice president. He's supposed to be privileged with that information. I know the salary of the president of the United States right now. Okay? When Ellen took office, I worked in the office of the president. I was executive mansion presidential television commentator at the Ministry of Information.
Which government?
I know this. I've given background. I know the salary of the president at the peak performance of the Liberian economy, which will be the Turbo era transition to the Doe era. That was the best performance of the Liberian economy. And the
but which government you are press secretary? Jerry, correct me. Which government?
I didn't say press secretary. I said Ministry of Information, executive mansion correspondent assigned to the president.
Oh, which government? That the government asking for?
From Turbo time to the Doe time. From Turbo time to the Doe time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Both.
Under President Doe, you are with Ministry of Information.
No, Turbo time first. I said go back to Turbo time. I travel with Turbo in the same presidential airplane, Ivory Coast, Guinea, Sierra Leone. Why haven't you? The president's salary at the time, the peak performance of the Liberian economy. I want you to state it. If you don't know, I know. Now, if you inherit a bankrupt economy after the war, and the lowest man's salary comes down to $15, $30, as you say.
Yeah.
I want you to tell the Liberian people now, the president's salary from 2006 to now, what is the president's current salary? The president has in the budget. She's traveling 3 weeks out of the country. Only president in the whole world I know travels out of 3 weeks out of a country, around the world. Sightseeing, pleasure, and what have you. What? And she gets $3 million allocated in the budget for the president to travel around the world and tell us all kind of, milk and honey flowing down in Liberia in the streets. Tell me, if you know the salary of the lowest earner in Liberia, tell the Liberian people now. If you don't know, I will tell them. But I want you to tell them because you know. Tell them the salary and the justification. Because if you hear it and a big word, let him go.
I'll give you 1 minute to answer that question brief, please. We have to wrap it up. We still have
let him tell the Liberian when he told us the lowest honors, the lowest salary. Let him tell the president's salary and the vice president's salary.
Jerry, can I answer you now?
I'm all ears.
Okay. Every time, now I understand some of the demonstrations, some of the anger. I'm beginning to understand it more and more as I listen to you all. But anyway, the president's salary is in the national budget, which is public document.
Well, call it. If you call the lower man's salary, call the president's salary.
Jerry,
you want me to answer?
Minister has 1 minute to respond here. We have 75 people still waiting in the queue. And we have
but I know it's in the budget. I asked him to call the salary. I know it's in the budget.
Jerry,
I'm listening.
Belong in this conversation. The minister has 1 minute to respond to
your
question.
I'm listening.
Wait.
I'm listening, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, very well. I can't tell you offhand what the president's salary is, but it's in the national budget, which is public document. The fact still is, number one, that the least civil servant was making the equivalent of $15 a month. Today, the least civil servant is making $125 a month. I, as Minister of Information and all other ministers, contrary to whatever, and I challenge anybody on this planet to prove me wrong, ministers make $2,300 every month, and 15,000 or 16,000 Liberian dollars. I get the equivalent of $810 worth of gas and fuel every month. That is all that I get in the government.
Mr. Moderator, the man has not answered my question. The same budget where he quoting the lowest man's salary, the lowest honor government worker salary, the president's salary is mentioned in the same budget. Why isn't he answering the question?
Jerry, this is what we're going to do moving forward. Since you cannot wait for the minister to absorb his 1 minute, I will block your line until I come to you. If you're going to do that,
but he referred me to the budget. He referred me to the budget, and the same budget states the lowest honor salary.
He doesn't know it off his head. He
knows it. He knows it. This man knows it. This man knows it. He knows the salary. He doesn't know the president's salary.
Okay, this is what we're going to do.
Since you just want to talk earlier when I was making my introductory statement.
Okay, Jerry, the minister said he does not know it off his head. You tell the Liberian people what you know.
Correct. Say it now.
Say 1 minute.
The same budget you quoting. You know the lowest man's salary, you know your salary, but you don't know the president, the vice president's salary. It's a shame for you to say your information means that you need to resign. Are you covering up for the president? I'm getting to it. When trouble was there, the economy was performing at this peak. It was $36,000. If you go through and the lowest honor in the government at the time was making $250. So if you inherit a bankrupt and failed economy coming from war as president, and the lowest man goes from $250 to $15, it would be prudent and wise for you to go from $36,000 down, but not up. The president double her own salary. And you, Brian, you know. If you sitting down here, you acting like you don't know. But Brian, these things you're talking here, we are recording them, and one day they'll be used against you. Oh, all right.
Can you tell what's the salary of Madam Sally?
So what is the salary of the president? When you talk about the salary of 36,000, what you get? I'm going to go to school again and tell you about my 72,000.
You have not called the salary of Madam Sally. So what is your argument? Why are you wasting our time? When you
call the salary. You the one wasting my time. I said when you double $36,000, you get 72.
So that is our salary.
What would be the justification? You lowering the lowest honor salary from 250 to 15, but then you doubling your own from 36 to 72. Then you say, oh, well, the economy is bad. Civil servants at the time asked to be paid the minimum of $150 or $100. President said, if I do that, I will be taken away from my development agenda. You know, they say I am America and I'm there, so I don't know this. Let him tell me a lie.
Okay, let's keep it down with Jared.
I have a recommendation.
We'll keep you on the line, but we're going to block your line while we continue the process here. We'll come back to you because you keep interrupting. Let's go to the caller for his recommendation. We have to end this program. It's almost 12 o'clock on the East Coast.
I have a very serious recommendation. I was waiting for them to land. Mr. Minister, and those of you those on this call who are going to be protesting, for the sake of Liberia, I admonish you guys, and please let the president knows this. Before she goes to Liberia, she needs to have an audience with the Liberian people in the diaspora. She needs to meet with all these factions of people who have problems. If you go down the history, every government that got overthrown and removed from power started right there in America. You guys do not overlook the descent of the people. Meet with these people, let them iron out the differences, let Mrs. Salif address, she said she's very transparent. Okay, so let her address these issues, or else she will realize it later on that it was a gross mistake. That's a recommendation I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. We got a few more minutes left in this program here tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Liberia Destiny Debaters. With us tonight, we have the Minister of Information, Minister Louis Brown, and we have with us Tarloh Quiwonkpa, co-chair, Movement of Liberians Against Corruption, MULA, Jerry Watiwon, Communication Director, Concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. So we're going to go on the line and take a couple of more calls here before we end and we call it a quit. Let's go to caller 2046. Your name and where you calling from? Are you with us? 2046. I think a lot of people are now just decided to listen. Let's take the next one. The next one will come from 1577. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling from Minnesota, Philly Suogo. I have a question for Minister Brown. I understand salaries have increased from $7 from $50 or $25 to $150. But I'm not sure as to whether Mr. Brown is also connecting the inflation rate from the days that salary was $25 to now $150. Minister Connor, Finance Minister, America Connor just came on air after sometime last week and said by 2014 they will try to reduce the inflation rate by 6%. So during 2006, items that $5 could buy today in Liberia, $5 has no value. So what benefit does it do for people who make $150, but that $150 cannot even sustain their livelihood? What benefit of increasing salary when you have high inflation rate and even $5 is no longer a purchasing material in Liberia?
Thank you.
That's a very good question. That's a very, very good question. I'm sure you're not suggesting the alternative is not to increase. Because it is for that very purpose that we are increasing. Now, we're not saying, if you listen to me, I said we must continue to do so. But the real way to solve, whether it be inflation, whether it be lack of productivity, whether it be to create, to leverage the economy and diversify it, the way to do it is to invest in those things that will have that multiplying effect. Let me finish now.
Let me just make a quick interjection before you go.
Let the minister land, please. We'll come back to you.
No, I know he's going to land. Okay.
You ask me a question. You have a 30 seconds for your recommendation, please. Minister Brown, go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make, my brother, is this. we know that the inflation is caused by a host of factors. But where it is felt the most is against those who earn the least. This is why you must continue to adjust people's earnings so that they are able to meet the cost of living. Now, is it high enough? No. What are we doing to make sure it becomes to that level where it is appreciable enough for people to be able to earn what first of all, you must continue to invest in improving the capacity of people to be able to get higher, decent earning jobs. The second thing you must continue to do is to expand the economy. If we can expand the economy, opportunities will be there for all of us. We'll be able to diversify. That's why we're investing in power. That's why we're investing in roads. That's why we are investing in our ports and ICT. This is the way over the long term that gets us out of here. So all of these things are short-term measures. They are not complete unto themselves. They are not where we want the country to be. But I'm simply saying that to say to you, this is the progress that we are making. If when the country collapsed, the greatest collapse since World War II, over 90% of the productive sector of the economy destroyed. And I'm not talking about just in disrepair. I'm saying destroyed. When people were earning just $15 a month, and they are now earning $125, it shows a steady improvement. Should we continue to do that? Yes. Are we satisfied with where we are? No. And I hope I'm not giving anybody an impression that this government will be the first to tell you that's satisfied with where the country is. We must continue to make that progress. But those who are saying no progress has been made, they are wrong. They are wrong. And the worst step of blindness that the ones are those who refuse to see. This country is making progress. It may not be as fast as we want it, but we are not where we were before. We are moving forward. Even on corruption, on every aspect of our life, we are making progress. We need to continue that progress and not reverse it. That's all I've been trying to say here tonight.
Thank you, Minister Barakora. You have 30 seconds for a recommendation, not a question, a recommendation.
Yeah, thank you so much. But instead of recommendation, I just want to make a comment. I think Minister Brown and me, we see, progress from two different directions. If $15 can feed a family for one month period, at that time the money has value. And today you boast of progress for $150. I cannot feed a family. I don't even understand how you consider that to be a progress. Because it could be a progress if that person can be able to live for $150 and even have a little savings from there. But $150. But the person cannot even survive for $150. How can that be progress? How can that be progress? Man, come on.
Let me address that quickly. You are making a number of assumptions here that are wrong. The first assumption you are making is that $15 could feed a family at that time. You're wrong. What was the inflation then? Wait. Let me finish.
Today, there's a call that's for $350. There's a call for $350 in Monrovia.
It would thought that it would be hard for us to understand each other. When you talk here, listen. When I'm talking, you cut me off. It will be hard for us to understand each other. When you want to do comparative analysis, then you must do so with all the facts. You can't be saying that $15 could feed a family, and then you say, I'm going to give you the inflation rate then. What was the rate of inflation then? What is the rate of inflation today? When you want to make that kind of argument, then you have the onus upon you to provide the facts. How can you say in 2006, $15 could feed a family, and $125 can feed a family now? What do you base that on? What was the rate of inflation then? What is the rate of inflation today? Then you say, okay, give me the rate of inflation. I somebody to give you that. I don't want that now because Minister of Information has already walked around like a warehouse of information to everybody. Or anything that you just raised suddenly. I'm sorry, I don't have that capacity. But here's what I can say to you. I'm saying again, is this an achievement we are satisfied with? Probably not. We need to continue to improve civil servant salary. We need to continue to improve individual skills capacity to continue to earn more. But the government cannot be the biggest employer in our country. For others to compete around, we need to improve the capacities. That's why we are investing in these multilaterals, these community colleges, these technical vocational training centers, so that our people can come back with improved skill. When you understand that since the war, a host of our people, because of the war, were left behind, don't have that capacity like some of you have had because you were able to come to a more stable environment. So today we have a problem when people are returning with better qualification for jobs. You have people on the ground that feel angry because they believe they were there and the others are being preferred over them. These are all societal challenges we have to find a way to deal with. I'm not saying we're perfect, but I'm saying this is progress. This is progress. And if you say people were living on $15 then, ask them, give us what the rate of inflation was then. And what is the rate of inflation today? Because I know the rate was as high as $80, 80 to 1. 80 to 1 US dollars then. Today, it's around 78, 80. So we are still trying to make that adjustment, and we must continue to make those adjustments. And if you are interested in the welfare of the people, then clearly, I think this is something, not to laud the government and pat us on the back too much, but at least to say, okay, if civil servants can be making this kind of progression, that is the kind of way we want to see continue to develop. And as the economy, you don't pay people unless your economy gets stronger. When your economy gets strong, then no Liberian will have an opportunity to earn more. And that's what we're trying to invest in. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. We're going to take two more calls here. So we still have a lot of people. We have about 962 callers. We are not going to take all of you tonight. We apologize that we cannot take all of our callers tonight because of the call volume here and the number of people we have as on the panels tonight. So we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from 7146. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Miss Charlie calling. Am I clear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Actually, I'll just offer some quick comments. And I've listened for a very long time to all of the issues that have been raised, defense thereof from the minister. But it sadly means to hear the exact kind of defense that was made in the past by this very minister when he served in a different government. I'm reminded from all of the views I'm hearing from the minister, I hate to say we are in Liberia before 2003. And all of the arguments and the passions that he's showing towards what the government is achieving is no different in sadness. Because the critical question that troubles Liberia, it is not the mythical development argument the minister is raising. The question that troubles Liberia that even caused the country to wreck were not because Liberia were not developing, like he's saying. Were not because those governors were not building schools. It's not because those governors were not building roads. It's not because these things were not happening. The fundamental questions that crippled the country and devastated the country has to do with political rights, has to do with human rights. And for this minister to even dismiss one of the call argument concerning the establishment of the Elections Commission, where you have a partisan actor as the chairman of the Elections Commission, and most of the people in the Elections Commission are partisan actor, creating an impression of a partisan political or commission, for him to dismiss that in a flimsy excuse that because of some rules that has not even been tried. And then for him to argue that the government is exercising its argument on the rule of law, and so such a thing should occur with such a man at the hand of the Ministry of Affairs. But then when another caller raised the question about the National Bank, and he agrees that even though the National Bank might be functioning outside the rules of government, but yet because of what he perceived by the national It's not going to the bank to be doing is a good thing. So on the one hand, he argues that the law, once it favors the government position, is okay. But on the other hand, when the law does not favor the government, it's good for the government to abuse the law. And there are a lot of contradictions in the minister's section in the defense of the government.
You have to wrap it up. Your 2 minutes is up.
But fundamentally, I will rest. Fundamentally is the question of travel Liberia in the past is not the myth of development. Government in the past was doing development. The issue has to do with corruption, the abuse of power, and the denial of political rights. And that is a problem that this country faces, and that's a problem this president faces.
Thank you. That was just a comment, Minister Brown. You don't have to respond to that. We're going to take...
No, just give me 30 seconds on that one.
Okay, sir. Okay, 30 seconds.
And my 30 seconds starts now. And all I have to say is, look, people, if you want to believe that something is evil and wicked, I don't care what somebody says, you will always find a way to believe that it's evil and wicked. And so all that I'm hearing is the man contradicted himself, the man said this, the man said, but I agree now. I hear you admit that the country is progressing in terms of development. You are saying that the issue of the rule of law is where the government is lacking. And your evidence is because I've just said, somebody said the role of the central bank is not to be engaged in microfinancing. And I say, granted that is the case, but to the effect that it empowers Liberia and it helps us to move ahead and give ordinary folks who are catching hard time access to credit and to loan to improve themselves to do their business, maybe that is a better objective. So you say, oh no, when you say the government, then the government. In terms of rule of law, I challenge anybody who will say this government has done less to protect the rule, enforce the rule of law, or to enforce issues such as to protect human being rights and to add value to Liberian citizenship than at any point in our history. I challenge anybody with clear conscience to say, if you know your country today and you have been there and you have heard your people speak, I challenge anybody to say we don't have freedom of speech, we don't have protection of rights. Our courts may not be perfect, but they're not doing their best to give people justice. I challenge anybody today.
30 seconds is up. Let's go to Tarloh Quiwonkpa. Let her see whether she wants to take the challenge up. Tarloh?
Yes, Mr. DeFleur, listen, I don't challenge the good old minister who I expect to have, facts and statistics when it comes to him being the public speaker for the Liberian government at this point in time. I'm not going to challenge him. It's just cheap talk, lip services. The Liberian people know what they're feeling, and until we can see some progress in that nation to its people, the voiceless, I'm going to say once again, MOLA will proceed and we will protest on the 24th at the United Nations. The clear crystal appearances, Madam Salif, doing all of the work to make it look like things are okay. She is disconnected from our people. She is disconnected. There has not been one picture from the Minister of Information to show Madam Salif at the hospital being treated. She is totally disconnected. And Mr. Fuller, Minister, can sit here. It's not funny. That's been very disrespectful, Mr. Minister. It's not funny. It is the truth. The truth hurts. Madam Salif came to power, and she brought about a platform to fix the issues. Her inauguration speeches are there. She failed to live up to what she told people. She's traveling around Europe every 3 months, like one of the callers said. She's using money that should be invested in communities in Liberia. She's using that money to travel to polish her government around the world. How many presidents, right? Every country they go to, they have some sort of an award given. It's all corruption. She sends the people ahead of time. She paid them, and it's not funny. It's the truth.
So all the countries that are awarding her, the people are corrupt?
Madam Senator, for $5.9 million lobbying international people to keep her image perfect. When on the ground in Liberia, she is disconnected from the people. I can say this again, Mr. Minister. You can laugh all you want to laugh. It's okay. But you know what? Our people are burning deep down in the hearts. They are listening to you. And like Gerald Williams said, you will go down in record. Let us be known that we are on on the right side of history. We will not throw no bombs.
No, that's not true.
We will not pay $10,000 to go and destabilize the country. We will go according to our Constitution, and you can tell the Madam President, Mola and Classy will meet her at the UN, and we will voice our complaint and let us declare what we would like to see done will be embedded in our position statement, and she will have a copy. So you can laugh with me. Mr. Minister, if you did not have food to eat, buy rice, you're making enough money. I'm surprised you're even getting gas slip. You make money. Why do you have to have gas slip? It's corruption. It's a poor country that just came from war. Why are you getting gas slip? You're laughing. It's not funny. You are the problem. You guys are the problem that are making Madam Salih to do what she's doing. Because you know what? You're the same person who sat here in 2009 and you said things about Ellen Salih about corruption. All of you guys are around her, calling her Ma Ellie, and not being forceful in telling her and articulating what needs to be done. But you guys sit there and say you're serving your country only through corruption. You guys would declare an asset. You would have to post that. We'll see it. And mind you, let us not forget. There were people who were executed for corruption. The notion that we are not even listening and going back to make sure we look at the things that happened in the past so we can move forward and fix things correctly. Our people are not gullible, Mr. Minister. Corruption destroyed the very democracy if we didn't address it. And Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf failed to live up to the Constitution of Liberia and also to live up to her inauguration speech to combat corruption to the fullest. All we hear is it's a cancer. What have you done? $84 billion has been given this government to fight corruption. All the different commissions that she appointed to fight corruption. People found corrupt, she take them and she reassigned them. When you are corrupt, they need to be disciplined and face the law. But there are numerous people around her right now who have taken Liberian money, building their homes, million-dollar homes in poor communities, and she has not done nothing to prosecute these people. We will make sure they get prosecuted according to the law.
Okay. Thank you. Minister Brown, we're going to actually take two more calls yet, and because we know that this conversation, if we want to keep it up, probably it will take us up to 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we are not going to do that. So let's take the next one. The next one will come from 594.
Hello?
Did the host drop off? Luis, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who's this?
All right, this is Isaac Tukpa. And I think you have done a pretty good job of switching the conversation from corruption, which would have been a core direction of this entire discussion, to what the government is doing. Nobody is claiming nothing has been done. We know that the international community has input billions of dollars into our economy, a lot that's not accounted for. We know that our budget.
Is it Isaac Tuba?
This is Isaac Tuba, yes.
Tuba.
But you need to tell Tarloh that one, my man. I don't make Tarloh your spokesperson. I'm angry at that.
No. Don't say your spokesperson. I'm the chairman of CDC in the U.S. I support everybody's right to protest. It's an inalienable right they have. I'm not a member of the organization, but I do support the protest. Let me make that clear to you. So don't say your. Correct it.
Yeah.
Back to my point. I'm saying this is about corruption. This is about...
this is not about the progress of the country, you are saying. And you say I'm media about the progress of the country.
But I'm telling you, a lot of the progress we see today, you said Madam Salih came in to stabilize. No, she did not come to stabilize. That was the period from 2003 to 2006 was about. That stabilization. When GMAP and a lot of other... Why you interrupt? Louis, don't be rude. You can be rude to other people, but you try to be rude to me, I'll be rude to you too. You have to respect yourself.
Please, activate to Minister Brown is the Minister of Information. Please, he's interrupting. Let me take care of that. But do not refer to him that way, please.
But then you got to protect me, Mr. Moderator. You got to protect me. And you call me Isaac, I call him Louis.
Yes,
my
job is to make sure I come here and tell Minister Brown to let you finish your conversation, but you cannot refer to him.
He did it several times, and you never say anything, Mr. Moderator. So I hope you be on point now and proceed accordingly.
Okay, get your 2 minutes is up. Let's get going, please.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, there have been some movement in terms of development, but the human development indicators are atrocious. The people are suffering. The people living conditions are extremely horrible. And right in the middle of those people, like Tarloh said, there are people living in $1 million homes, living with impunity, extreme affluence, with no recognition of those other Liberians who live around them. You are avoiding the topic of corruption. Just recently, the Mo Stevens audit, there were 68 concession agreements that were signed. All 68 were illegal. The only reason why 2 of them passed the level was that they now have a preponderance of negative issues regarding them, but they were all illegal. The 2 NOCAL concessions violated the petroleum law in terms of the royalties and the equity participation. We know that. So those are clear corruption. Why did Eugene Shannon and some of them get laid off? Why was Richard Tower laid off? Molu has done like nearly 70 audits. Another 3 or 4 audits have been done since Molu left. Those audits are basically on the shelves. Nothing has been done about them. The president has commissioned at least 5 or 6 different corruption investigations, from Dunn to Gonglo to Nimbali Warner to, a couple of other people. I think Doba Jala himself even did one. And nothing is being done about it. People are not really being prosecuted. And these corrupt practices are still going on at the detriment of real development in our country. The pace of development is being crippled and handicapped by the level of corruption that we see every day. Look at the budget today. The executive mansion, $7 million for repair, renovation last, another, I think, $9 million in this budget. The legislators, $29 million last year, nearly $33 million in this budget. What are they doing with that? Is it a quid pro quo? We know for the All Black 13, they were giving $24,000 apiece, basically. I mean, that's confirmed information.
That is
lobbying. That is not lobbying. That is bribery to pass an illegal concession. So, Mr. Brown, the issue of corruption is a cancer that is eating at the heart of the Liberian people. People are dying from starvation. Just today, a girl came from Liberia. She told me she watched 2 persons die. Her friend was having a premature delivery at 3 or 4 months. They went to the hospital. They had no incubator available, only one at Dusa. They went to Dusa. There were 4 or 5 babies already in there, so her baby could not be put in the incubator. And that baby was dying. While she was in the hospital, another young kid, about 6 years old, the same age as her son, came in because he had been bitten by a dog with rabies. There was no rabies shot available in the Republic of Liberia. And Minister Connor came here, right on this same show. If D-Flow can testify, he said that officials of government in the healthcare sector steal drugs and take it to other countries and sell them. Is he the Minister of Finance who's supposed to be really implementing policy and protecting the financial aspects of this country, cannot protect simple citizens? It's comfortable for him to say about drugs leaving the country and not making people accountable. But when he gets sick, he can fly out of the country immediately on a UN chapter or whatever and get medical care in the United States. That is just terrible. You people are not taking care of the Liberian people, and it's sad. And this protest, we support this protest. Me and the people I'm associated with support this protest, and we'll be in New York to protest against Madam Ellen Salif with regards to corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to make a point of correction,
so one thing, Mr. Biko,
the Minister of Information, we have never hosted Minister of Finance, Amara Conan. So just a point of correction there.
What is the other show?
Okay. It's corruption when you lie in public like that. But anyway, let me
make a mistake, Mr. Brown. Don't call it lying. It's fun, but I don't have a problem making a mistake. I'm human. I make mistakes. I don't want people.
Like everybody else.
One second. So correct your stuff about the whole asset verification process. No, the asset verification. You lied about it. You lied about the asset verification. Everybody, there's a report right now. The 2013 report from the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission is on the website. People can go there and see it, and they will know who submitted asset verification, who did not, and how lacking those answer verification that was submitted, the report is right there. So please do not pretend otherwise. Thank you. No, Diplo, I'm done. Diplo, I'm done.
Yes. Thank you. But I want to remind you that let's say if we're hosting George, we are on the show, and somebody referred to call George, we are a liar. How will you feel? Minister Brown is a minister. He's trying to make a point here. So let's be respectful to him, even if we disagree with Minister Brown. This is not a place for us to throw insults at one another, please. Minister Brown, go ahead.
Thank you. Isaac happens to be my friend. So, look, one thing about public service, you gotta have a big heart, and you gotta have a lot of tolerance and patience. I hope some of the people who throw all these things at us, God willing, if some of them come to power, they will permit other Liberians to be able to talk to them the same way like that, and they must exercise the same level of tolerance. But let's go to the core issue. I'm happy that Ava disagrees with Tarloh. Okay? He disagrees with her that a lot has been done in the country. And that's one point I was trying to make repeatedly. And those who are listening need to understand that. The second thing I'm hearing is that the issue in the country is corruption. So we need to protest. Now, I disagree with the cause of the protest. But as a government, it is an obligation we have to protect the rights of Liberians to express themselves. And when people like Isaac, Mr. Isaac Tuba, and others come to New York, stay online and say this government is corrupt, this government must step down, we protest against it, what they end up doing is validating the democratic credentials of this government. I would hope Mr. Tuba, CDC, Medical Chairman, will be trying to do, because they had a time when they made this case to the people of Liberia, at least twice. And the Liberian people rejected their claim and elected Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to be their president. I think it's about time we give our own country the support it needs to be able to improve. Now, should all of us agree with everything? No. Should we be able from time to time to protest our disagreement and express it? Yes. Should we be more constructive and engage each other on some of the challenges of the country? Yes, we should. I'm not sure anybody on the station will say President Sirleaf invented corruption. Nor should anybody, including Mr. Tuba, expect that President Sirleaf will end corruption. What has happened repeatedly, and which Mr. Tuba also did not deny, is that the country has made progress even with fighting corruption. Even with fighting corruption. All the other reports you are talking about, show me one administration where these many other reports were done. One of the last things auditors recommend, the prosecution. The objective of audit is to build systems, is to put corrective mechanisms into place. And everything that needs to be done. Now, those issues that call for prosecution, what the government has done, and this was another thing that sparked a big debate when the Justice Minister said an audit is not an indictment, which is legally true. When an audit is done, when you prosecute it under criminal charges. And so the burden of proof is on you. You don't prosecute because John Molu say the other person stole. Then suddenly you just go to the court, you tell the jury, John Molu say it, so it got to be true. You go based on the evidence that our audit report adduces. So what the Justice Ministry is doing as we speak, but let's say another thing, there is no statute of limitation on corruption. So what this government has done consistently is to say, let us look at the report, let us implement the recommendations that call for correcting the system, and where we have the preponderance of evidence to prosecute, let us proceed to do so, like they did in a few cases. But here is what the government has a challenge with. We cannot go to court unless we are convinced by the availability of the evidence that are adduced to be able to prove a case beyond all reasonable doubt, which is that burden that the government has when it goes to court. So what the government does is to say, let's work with the GAC. One of the criticisms that has come about all the reports is that they are not working.
Mr. Brown, 30 minutes, Mr.
Yes,
Brown.
Yes. 30 seconds. You said there are no working documents. Meaning the others are just the say so of one person. So now we are trying to work with the GSA and say, look, let's find a supporting document for each claim against these people. Because you know, Mr. Toba, we went to court with some high profile cases and the government lost. We can't continue to use taxpayers' money to lose cases. It undermines the fight against corruption. So that's what we are trying to do as well. And I'm happy that finally somebody has acknowledged that there's enough progress, there's sufficient progress being made in the country. Now, can we do more? Yes, we should do more. And people who are members of opposition political parties should try to provide alternative solutions. What is the alternative solution that I've heard Mr. Toba provide over the last 5 years, over the last 7 years? When was an analysis done about how we improve the lives of our people? That the government said we're not prepared to engage CDC America on this subject. We have heard no constructive analysis of our country as to what we should be doing better, how we can do it better. The only thing you hear is we are government waiting, we are waiting for it. You will wait for when you become government before you provide solutions. You are an alternative. What is the constructive alternative that you have put forth?
Thank you.
What?
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Jerry, what do you want? What can you wait for your time, sir?
Yeah.
Please wait for your time, Jerry. We're going to take the next one. The next one will come from 5741. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Country Paul. I'm calling from the capital, the war capital.
Thank you for holding for that long.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the opportunity to address my concern in this forum. I think it seems to be like Mr. Brown that are always been living on the wrong side of history, been laughing concerning the Liberian destiny. Our country have come from a long way, and we know history cannot be transformed. Mr. Brown is laughing today, but tomorrow we don't know what's going to happen. Our families and their fortune was destroyed in this country. Honest living people that have worth more than millions of dollars were destroyed because some people were not happy yesterday. So if we are addressing those issues, Mr. Brown shouldn't be laughing with it. We are talking about serious issue here that families that have been working for 60 years, working honestly, so that children could have a better future, and was destroyed and make our country a ghost town. We are talking about the country future, and Mr. Brown keeps laughing on the conference. It's not going to work. My question to Mr. Brown is this. Some people were not, yesterday were not happy because the country was not correct, which of course, according to the World Bank, a moving country, a middle class economy is 1,000 by GDP. Some people were not happy yesterday, and the country was.
Are you with us?
Yes. And the country GDP was 1,000 per capita per income. And now, the country GDP is about 200 and some more plus. That means there have been a minus of 600 and plus. And now we are talking about how better our country can be, because the question of corruption is at the highest of this country's history. Never in Liberia corruption has been a hard-button issue in our country. And now, Mr. Brown, I want to tell Mr. Brown who are the cause of our country being in this mess today. That's my
Mr. Brown. 2 minutes.
Yeah, let me ask you. Let me answer you quickly. When I laugh at people like, I'm not laughing at somebody like you. I'm not laughing at the many callers that are listening. I'm laughing at people with personal gripe. They disguise their personal gripe and butcher the truth that they know and misrepresent it to unsuspecting Liberians. So when they're talking like that, it makes me laugh. I laugh when Mr. Isaac Toba represented his organization to the Liberian people. And on 2 occasions, they selected somebody else. And now he wants to undermine that democratic process. and short-circuit it by trying to go through another means and say the country corrupt. Corruption did not begin. I'm sure you will agree. If you want to be fair, corruption did not begin in our country 2006. When you talk about the GDP of Liberia, do you know, can you begin to imagine what it means when I say to you the World Bank has estimated that Liberia, the economic collapse of Liberia was the greatest the world, I'm not saying only Africa, I'm saying the world has seen since World War II. More than 90% of the productive sector destroyed, eroded. So I'm basically saying to you, what is obtaining now is a gradual build-up of that which has been destroyed. Countries fought war around us. Take, for instance, Sierra Leone. They didn't destroy their dam. They didn't destroy their electric power supply capacity. We have a country where power is being distributed at the rate of 54 cents per kilowatt hour, the highest in the world. Businesses met the president and told her that 57% of the cost is on power. How are we to leverage our economy? How are we to diversify? We want to stop exporting rubber. We want to make buckets. We want to make condoms. We want to make things we can. But without power, you cannot. Our hydro destroyed. Today, the whole country running on 22 megawatts of high-speed diesel engine power supply. That is why we have prioritized power. That is why we have sliced, contrary to what anybody says, go look at our budget. We sliced even areas such as Ministry of Information budget. We cut it down to be able to provide for savings so that the government itself can contribute to generating power in the country. We're providing power to difficult communities just to be able to provide life, not because they can pay 54 cents, but because the government has a duty to improve the quality of life for all of these people, even in economically depressed areas where they can afford.
The moderator.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Jerry, what do you want? I don't know how many times would I have to say this to you.
Yeah.
She's not calling my name. Her line is not closed, but she knows when I go to her. Please, when the question is for Minister Brown, we have to allow him to answer the question. So why will you come in? Let me understand why. Why you keep doing this?
Mr. Moderator, Jerry Williams. I'm one of the guests on this program.
Jerry Williams, you will have to wait. This is Liberia Destiny Debater. This is not Jerry Williams' show. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Please give us a recommendation, please.
My recommendation is the notion of people that have, if we are not in power, we will destabilize the country and need to stop. The government has to take this corruption seriously and prosecute those that were involved in corruption, or otherwise the Liberians will take their destiny in their own hands. That thing has to stop. Those that have been involved with corruption need to be prosecuted. They don't only need to be resigned. They are talking about people resigning and living with Liberian taxpayer money. It's not. We have to have check and balance in our country. If the Liberian people trust you to put it in the public place, if you are involved in corruption, you need to be prosecuted, period. So if those things are not applied in our country, I think that if those that think that the country is going to be on that path, they're going to be happy, it's not going to happen. People need to be prosecuted when they are involved with corruption. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
Jerry, before we come to you, we have Axevat Tupa. We're going to go back to him for 30 seconds on the recommendation, and then we'll come back to you, Jerry, since he cannot wait. Axe, you got 30 seconds on the clock.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear that Minister Brown is trying to spin what I said. I never said that sufficient is being done. It's obvious that sufficient is not being done. I'm saying the statement that he's making, like people are saying nothing is being done, is a wrong statement. Some things are being done. Obviously, it's not being done fast enough, and it's not enough for the Liberian people, and it just reflects negatively on this government. That's the first thing. The second thing is Minister Louis Brown, his assistant, the Minister of the Minister of Justice, and the Solicitor General, they all dismissed the audit as one-man statement. No, it was not Mulder who did the audit. It was his staff that went on and did the audit. Yes, he may have written the final summary of the audit, and they should respect that. Anybody who has a problem or umbrage or surcharge with anything in the audit must go to the Supreme Court. the Justice Minister, the Minister of Information have no right by Liberian law to declare audits as not credible or having, all kind of inconsistencies or, operational problems or whatever coinage they're being using. They need to go to the Supreme Court to have an audit. Those are standing documents for the Republic of Liberia, and like somebody said, it will come back to haunt people at some point later on. The last thing is, he talks about engagement and recommendations. The CDC has made many recommendations. The CDC agenda for prosperity for the Liberian people are out there. But Madam Salif has not been open and accepting of the input of other people. And people who have criticized the government, unfortunately, have been compromised. They have used financial violence to compromise the voices of people. We see it regularly. That is high level of corruption. The same with reappointing officials who were corrupt. Francis Kabal from National Security, he's now in government again. Hawagor Kochi, she was along with Koto. She had a partner. She's now as Deputy Minister of Administration. Now she's Deputy Minister of Instruction. Terry David Parkinson, just recently, not even a full month, she was fired for corruption. She was appointed ambassador at large, and they tried to erase that off the executive mansion website. It's pathetic, Mr. Brown. You have to talk to the president to please take corruption seriously and don't think the Liberian people are joking. This is a very serious issue. It's hindering development. It's hindering on people having equal opportunities to have an affordable living. So please talk to the president to make sure that she open her realm of people she deal with, because right now she has a very short list that she keeps circulating that is not in the best interest of the Liberian people, and she needs to expand her horizon. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Brown, 30 seconds. Minister Brown? No, Minister Brown is still with us. Minister Brown, are you still with us? Let me go to his line here. I think the Minister Brown is still with us. Minister Brown, you get 30 seconds to respond to Axel Tupa.
Yes, Mr. Isaac Vartuba, I thank you for your contribution. I lost you towards the end there. My line got cut off. But let me just say, and I've repeated over and over from the beginning of this show, I don't know if you are following. Are we where we wish to be? No. Are we where we were before? Absolutely not. And all that I say is that you have agreed with me on that. Contrary to what Tarloh said earlier from the beginning of the issue, that nothing has been done in the country. That's not true. And I simply say you agree with me on that. Now, like you, this government believes that Liberians should exercise the right. And I'm sure one of the things we agree on is that this government continues to protect the rights of Liberians to exercise all rights that they have under the Constitution. Even though those laws were there before this government, I'm sure that many people who will say they were not as exercised as they are right now. You should know enough about the country to be able to agree on that one, unlike many who have not been there for a very long time. The third thing I want to say is this. When Jerry was asked about the ultimate objective of these protests, he said it is to engage in a change of government who will go to Ghana and put in a new government. I'm not sure that is your position. But even if that were the case, because you say you support this, I'm saying the people, everybody who wanted to be president presented themselves to the people of Liberia, and the people of Liberia elected their leaders for a term of office. We will have disagreement, and the people of Liberia will judge the leaders at the end of the term what they were able to achieve. I do not believe political party leaders should be involved in shortcutting that process after they have presented themselves to the Liberian people, and on 2 occasions, as the result of the election, they were rejected by the people. I think what we need to do is to build individual capacity as well as institutional capacities to be able to assist our people if and when we get elected. But to begin to invest in short-circuiting that process by saying because we're not elected, we found a way to bring the government down, and every 2 years we'll have transitional government, is a waste of everybody's time. Meanwhile, I assure you, this government will protect the rights of all of its citizens to be heard on any question, including to disagree with the government. It's a duty we have, and I believe you agree we have done our best to protect that duty.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Let's go to Jerry Watiwon. Jerry Watiwon, 2 minutes. We have to end this program. We're going to take 2 more calls here after.
Okay. Yeah, you know, politicians, they always talk from 2 sides of their mouths. You know, they are the equivalent of prostitutes. I call them political prostitutes. They change shapes when it suits their interests. When their ship is ready to go down, they will jump on anything. Ellen Sirleaf grew up on the corrupt diet of the Tory party. The Tory party is not banned, but she was jumping from party to party. The same people that were marginalized by the Tory party, she joined their party. And upon some of those people's party, she got elected president. Louis Brown said, you know, he's a founding member of the NPP. NPP is not banned. When Louis Brown ran for that senatorial seat in Macerado County, the thing the caller forgot to mention was that Louis Brown did not run on NPP ticket. He ran as an independent. Let him challenge me on that.
But that's true.
Yeah, okay. So you talk about election. The 2 elections were fraud. They were completely fraudulent election. Attested to by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and a letter written by the Election Commission Chairman, former Election Commission Chairman. Of all places in the world, Ellen Sirleaf came here in America at the historic Abyssinia Baptist Church in Harlem, confessed to how our operatives rigged the election. Some were going in there voting, buying voter registration cards from their children that live with them. With one woman president, if you don't give me a voter registration card, you're not going to eat today. Give it to me, I'll give you $5. Ellen Sirleaf on record. You want the record again? Okay. And so people were going in there and voting. 3, 4, 5. My son said I'm going to vote for him. My mom said I'm going to vote for him. Ellen said I'm saying that now because I can't run again. I'm in my final term. That's what she said. That was about the 2005 election. The final election, second round election. All right, you know about the letter that Fromonyan wrote, Election Commission Chairman, wrote to CDC, how he switched the votes, gave CDC first place vote to Ellen Sirleaf, and Ellen Sirleaf second place vote to CDC. The letter was circulated in Monrovia. Million copies were made. When the CDC asked for a recount, what did they say? In America, in the 2000 election between Al Gore and George Bush, when it became an issue, they went through the whole thing, recount. Child ballot, child this and that.
30 seconds.
In Liberia, they did not give the CDC a chance for a recount. All they were saying was, oh man, we don't have time for a recount. And you said that here, people were elected. They were elected. All tinted fraudulent election. You want to comment on that? I rest my case.
Yeah, I want to comment on that.
Okay.
And the only thing I would say, Jerry, you and Tarloh, to a large degree, keep confirming what I said from the very beginning of this show. There is a sense of residual anger. I don't think President Sirleaf will do anything as long as she's president that will please you and Tarloh right now. So you stop hiding behind Liberian people and take advantage of our poor suffering people who need help. You stop that. You just can't bully and say we don't let it government, we don't let it woman, and we'll do everything we can to bring her down. It's a better way, it's more honorable. Because for you to come here and so you are saying now, when the CDC chairman of America say I agree with the protest, I agree with the demonstration, and you say the objective is to have a transitional government. You are saying to me that this is part of a CDC endeavor to bring down a government, to bring down a leader that beat them in the last election. And your justification is that the election was fraudulent. What kind of argument is that, Jerry?
You are not denying what I just said. Deny what I said, whether she didn't say so or it didn't happen in Liberia, then you can go on.
You know, we got to stop this thing. I know you should all get a problem here, there, with personal individual, with this, with relatives, with friends, with what happened, with what ain't happened to each of us personally. But let's not take it up on our country. You listen to Ava. Nobody should be able to say nothing has been done in our country in terms of progress. Nobody. Not even you. The thing to do now is how do we build upon that progress that has been recorded in our country. It's not to reverse our country because we're angry or because we vent over something. It's to acknowledge the progress and build upon it. Now, is that a perfect situation? No, it's not. It's not. It's not a perfect situation. But it's a situation that is better than where it was, and we should try to continue to make it better. That's what I've been saying tonight.
So you agree to what I just said about the 2 elections that it did happen. That she did say.
Man.
Take
Jerry, I'm not even going to go down that road with you, man.
We're going to take the next one. The next one, this is the second to the last question. For those of you that will not be able to reach tonight, we totally apologize. Let's take 2582. Your name and where you call it from.
Yes, good morning. My name is DeCamo Riggs. I'm calling from Maryland. I see Liberia is very important to me, and so I'm up. It's about 12 something on the East Coast here. Got to work tomorrow morning. But what I'm going to say is actually to be pointed to Madam Quiwonkpa. Madam Quiwonkpa, I heard you speak. And before I say this, Mr. Brown, I really appreciate you that, you left America to go back home to contribute to Liberia, and that's very great. I really do appreciate that. Madam Quiwonkpa, I heard you speak, but what I'm hearing or what I'm feeling, I don't know what you are saying is all bitterness. And it's so sad that now I just understand what the law enforcement people call motive, opportunity, and means. That's what people normally. That's what they normally use to evaluate people who commit crime or something. What is the motive? The opportunities are presented itself and the means by which the person will carry out an act. Because basically what I'm saying here, you guys, if you guys don't think twice, you're going to cause us some serious problem in Liberia. I'm sorry, D-Flow. Since I'm the second to the last person, I beg you, just forgive me here. I questioned them last week to say, look, if you can convince me with hard facts, I can join you guys to protest corruption. But let's face reality. You say you are an educated woman. I know. Most of the people that come in line got education. They are educated people. But if you tell me that the government hasn't made any progress, that's not true. Because look at the central bank. If I'm not mistaken, when the governor took over, there was about $5 million in it. I think you got $250 million in reserve. And for you to come and say the government is not making any progress, so you want to protest and Ellen Johnson sell it, and I think it's all because your husband dead and all of that. But I'm also disappointed to know that you think she's practicing nepotism and she provided scholarship to your son in Maryland here. I think your son or your relative who went to Strayer University. He got married to one of my friends. He's a Quiwonkpa. So if you coming at the president at this time to say she has turned her back, and I was wondering why did she give this kid a scholarship? They said, because his dad was involved in a coup before that failed.
Thank you. Can I come in?
Madam Quiwonkpa, just a minute. It's sad.
Okay.
If you want to be president, we can ride it around here and take you to go and challenge the woman 2017. But it's sad. For me, it's painful because, you know what, I go to Liberia in December. I want to move back home next year. And so when you guys start talking about destabilizing stuff, it's not okay with me because for me right now, I'm at the point where all the troublemakers that would stay in America to cause trouble in Liberia, I will use my connection with friends, white guys that work in Homeland Security to pinpoint all of you guys because I keep saying it. I told the other people last week because basically what you guys are doing, you guys will cause problems. You're going to have simultaneous demonstration in Liberia at the same time at the UN. How are you going to contain the people in Liberia? What if that thing, the Muslim brother feed that the Christian going at them and they do like what we had before, Yulimo K, Yulimo J? Will you be able to continue it?
Let's go to Tarloh Quiwonkpa here because I did not hear her talking about destabilizing Liberia, but let's give her the opportunity to answer the question that you just asked her.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for the question, and I don't know where he got that from either. I'm pretty much also thankful that he brought about a scholarship given to one of the Quiwonkpas. I challenged him to even ask Quiwonkpa how he got that scholarship because it was also through the 2005 election when Madam Salif went and used the same Quiwonkpa and turned him against what was going on against the family. So when you guys bring this Quiwonkpa issue in there and I try to elaborate, the minister would think that I'm vindictive or I'm angry. So I think perhaps, Mr. Moderator, you should find time. Let's discuss that Quiwonkpa and how he got a scholarship from Ellen Johnson Salif because it was the token when she had him to say rubbish in the news about me. And Quiwonkpa himself, the boy who graduated from Tarloh University, right, he attested to it, what Ellen told him about Quiwonkpa, how she was part of it. So let's not go there. This discussion tonight, I'm going to focus on the issue. It's about corruption. All these times I have been here, I have been watching the government progress, what it has done. When you look at the money this government has received, it has not taken its time to invest the money into the people. So the notion that people would think that we causing trouble, I'm not a troublemaker. I have never been arrested in America. So you should be very, very mindful as you talk about it. We have the right to protest. The Constitution says that. The Mola, the students, and the other people in Liberia, they will have to be protected by the government. They have the right to protest. We are not people who cause trouble. Ellen Johnson was in the United States here. She protested, and you all know that. The notion that you guys will always perceive protesters as troublemakers is preposterous. We are there to make sure the people who are being left along the roadside in Liberia, the voiceless, the mothers whose children are dying. One of the callers spoke about the healthcare system in that country. So you don't sit on this phone and tell me we are troublemakers. We are not. There has to be someone who will stand on and speak the truth on behalf of the people who are in that country, who Madam Ellen Johnson believes, the very people she spoke about against when Doe was in power, when Tarloh was in power. She was a freedom fighter, she claimed. You have to make sure that when you come up and say, I'm the president and you are elected, what do you do for the people? All of the money that has been invested in that country, let's put the tax dollars aside. Where is the money? Every community in that Liberia should have a decent, standardized clinic. I'm not a troublemaker. I don't have no arrest on me. But the fact of the matter here is that we need to speak the truth about our country. Things need to be done. We are less than 5 million people. That country has gotten billions of dollars. What has happened to the money? See, sometimes when we are affiliated with political parties, which of course I'm not affiliated with any political party. As a matter of fact, MOLA is a non-partisan, and I said that again in my opening statement, a non-tribalism political organization. The fact that when you all are affiliated with a party, and the party is not functioning in the best interest of the people, it's okay. When people try to bring up the facts and the truth and say, you know what, we need to listen to our people, we need to look at those who cannot even have time to take their kids to school or put them in school. Then when we bring about facts about corruption, Liberia has been, I would not even say it, the corruption is rampant. And the minister in his rights failed to acknowledge that corruption now is on the scale in Liberia that it has never been at that level, only because it's in the government. When in 2009, the very minister on this line accused the Ellen government of corruption and nepotism. I am not here to defend and talk about the Quiwonkpa family. It's a different case. That's not what I'm in this cause for. It's not for the Quiwonkpa family. It's not for the Quiwonkpa issue. It's been done. I went to Liberia. I'm done with that. But the fact of the matter is that I sat in meetings where Ellen Johnson said he talked about corruption. You would think that this lady, now she's in power, she will make sure corruption is there with accordingly and take swift action against people who are corrupt people. No. The fact of the matter is that the data are there, statistics are there. John Molu made every effort to clean that place and have the corruption minimized. He didn't like it. I myself went in that country. I saw the hospitals and stuff. So you don't tell me I'm causing trouble. I've been here almost 29 years. I have not caused any trouble. You guys have gotten your education just like I have. I have read and studied everything in this country. And we all know when we come here, we study what the law entails, Constitution entails, what the people's rights are. When people try to do that in Liberia, the very democratic process we're trying to all practice in our country, then you want to claim and say people are troublemakers? I dare to differ with that assertion. We will not sit. And let me say one more thing. I'm seeing this now. The fellows, our sisters and brothers, who are there to express the concern of the corruption in Liberia that will be protesting on Tuesday, the government, it is their right to protest. There will be no violence, and they know that very well. There will be no violence. The people have the right, and Ellen Johnson made it clear in her statement, we have the right to criticize and protest. The Constitution requires us to do that. So the fact that you guys will come in and say that I'm troublemaker in the Quiwonkpa case, that Quiwonkpa case, we can bring it up, but I'm done with it. I'm moving on because I know Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, ran on corruption, talk about poor people. Now she's there. She's using the people's money, $45.9 million, to pay international lobbyists to make her government look perfect, when in fact she is disconnected from the real people in Liberia. And that's why I'm in this call. And let me say one more thing. The reason why I joined MOLA is because as a registered nurse, I am a nurse. I saw how Mr. Amra Conan, that is the fundamental thing that led me to kind of be part of this program, this organization. When money that was given by the European Union to help poor mothers who I went and saw in Firestone Hospital and or at the Redemption Hospital in the villages. I went to the villages. The people that the government has forgotten. When the European Union gave money to help cure malaria and mother and baby issues, Mr. Conan cannot give account of that money. How can you have a finance minister and also a planning minister? He controls two ministers and cannot articulate where that money went. Then we should sit down. Who will talk for our people? The money. You understand me? So I'm not a troublemaker. We have the right to protest. We are not taking any kind of a stone or grenade or gun. We will just use our pen and paper and protest. And we expect the government to protect our citizens, our Liberians, who will be protesting against the government not putting and investing in its people. We are not terrorists. We are not here to destabilize. It is our right. Just like how Ellen Johnson Sirleaf stood out and protested and talked about the government, it is fair enough to do the same because it brought about change. The change she brought about is not enough. It's been 8 years. So let us get it right. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not causing trouble in terms of trying to destabilize the government. I am just speaking the fundamental truth that is needed. Change is needed. Basic water, food for our people, hospitals. Children are dying from malaria. A journalist died the other day who worked so hard during the war to make sure people are taken to safety. He died from liver disease. Okay? So that's the issue I'm fighting for. I am not fighting for the Quiwonkpa issue. It's fair and done. It's been done. But those who just think that's what it is, I'm done with it. I didn't mention it on this program. Let it be new. If the Marina wants us to articulate that next time, I can do it. But my basic goal here is to make sure the rampant corruption Ellen has created under this government, it must stop. Let our people get some enjoyment. Let our people have basic needs. Let the schools be up to par. Let us have evidence-based practice. And let Ellen go to the hospital and take her blood pressure and let the nurses there treat her. I'm not a terrorist. I don't cause trouble. So I bet different with the gentleman who said that. I am not causing trouble. So I would suggest that he can go and ask the Quiwonkpa who is in Baltimore, how did he get to that college in the first place? So you got to make sure you get your facts right how it all happened because it will give us another time to discuss that, what Ellen did. I'm not bringing this into the discussion. There's a whole lot Ellen has done. It was a payback to Anthony Quiwonkpa. Let's go into that now. It was a payback because there's a whole lot you guys do not know. And if you give me the time, Mr. Marina, we can discuss this corrupt, deceptive, corrupt woman who put family against family. Ellen is known for that. So I'm just on this issue because it was brought in.
Thank you. Let's go to Cora. Cora, you got 30 seconds for your recommendation here. We have to wrap it up tonight. It's almost
I know we have to wrap it up here, but look, Madam, it's sad that what I'm seeing is a revenge that you're trying to unleash on the Liberian people because of the death of your husband. And you guys are just hiding under this UN whatever demonstration and what have you. But honestly, you need to sit down and take another look because the general what you mean or whatever is the same thing. So all of you guys are in the same boat, just to cause problem in Liberia. But I can tell you that as long as I live in the D.C. area and I know one or two people, especially those working with Homeland Security and NSA, I will make sure that your numbers and your names get filed out if you're trying to cause any trouble in Liberia. Because you know what? We don't know whether Al-Qaeda is going to jump in there. We've seen the thing in Egypt, and you guys want to use the same Egyptian style. It's not going to work. So you guys need to sit down and rethink your strategy, okay? We're tired with this nonsense. I'm sorry to say sorry for my English, but I'm just frustrated with it because, you know, it's a lot of people time, man.
Go back to the FBI.
Okay, Jerry Wetty, you got. We're giving you a minute. We have to wrap it up, please.
Okay. First of all, I need an exact recording of this tape and this man's phone number. I'll have to turn it over to the FBI. Since I am making threats in a free society like America. Mr. Moderator, I want to thank you for the opportunity. You know, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. We're not in this thing here for what we will get. I will never leave America on this 10 years from now when I complete my service at my job to get my permanent retirement until the day I die. I'm not looking for a job. When people abuse the same rule of law in the Constitution for which they accuse Doe, Taylor, and Talbot, and we're trying to do the same thing there, and they sit down here and whine and cry, but you must wait for the next election cycle. That is hogwash. That is rubbish. That is rubbish. I don't buy that at all. The Constitution gives us the authority and the right to do that, and we'll do it to them until we run them out of power. Like it or not, fine. Tomorrow, on my program, Tom Wuyu, his open letter to Ellen Johnson, detailing Ellen Johnson's role in this Liberian Holocaust that killed 250,000 Liberian lives. And then in her book, she talked about our ninth member of the MPFL who had raised $10,000 for the MPFL. Tell that to the people who are holding down Nazi sympathizers today. I was never a member of NSS or Nazi party, whatever, but I gave $10,000 to Adolf Hitler. One thing they need to realize is that war crimes carry no statute or limitation. It can be 50 years, 100 years from now, we will hunt them down. So they can play over and gloss over the TRC report and this recommendation, thinking that, we have peace. Band aid peace covering this so-called time with a bandy and think that peace, we will get that. We will get that. And let Louis Brown take it. Thank God this thing is recorded. I need my copy of it. I'm going to send it to the FBI for that now with threatening. You don't know who all we know here too. Okay, we all got connection here. But I think you're talking that I did the one Liberian guy and the FBI hunting down. So you sitting there talking about you working with NSA and so therefore they will come knocking on your door. I guarantee it. You watch yourself. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the last call here, and then we will maybe set up another time for a comeback. Let's go to caller at 2046. Your name and where you calling from? Caller 2046. Are you with us? Okay, we're going to skip you, and then maybe we're just going to go around and see if we can slide random net and go around the block here, and let's say we take this caller here. Let's go take the last one. That will be 3861. Your name and where you calling from?
Oh, thank you so much, Jesus. My name is Harris T. Man. I'm in Minnesota. I have one question for Ms. Quiwonkpa, but I will skip that because I think she already addressed that. But let me ask the Honorable Minister here. Honorable Minister, I understand that you are one of the serious opponents of the very president that you serve today. And your situation reminds me of Paul in the Bible, who was known as Saul. Saul was killing people, and later on he got converted. And it took Christians time to believe this guy. How can I trust you when you have criticized Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to the letter? You have said Charles Taylor, and today you are working in the Ellen government. How can I trust you as a Liberian? How?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And let me answer it by saying this. First of all, this is not Ellen government. You see the mistake we make all the time in our country. And I can excuse it with people who haven't lived in developed democracies. You who live here, how can you say that? We've got to stop this thing that we award our country or our government to individuals as a result of election. That's not what we do. President Sirleaf heads the administration of the government. That's all she is. The government is owned by you and me. Now, I said earlier, I don't know if you were listening, I said to you my motivation for continuing to work. I'm a very qualified person. I'm not among the most educated in the country, but I'm not among the least educated also. I can work in this country and earn more than I'm making in Liberia. Okay? The truth is, somebody got to do it, number one. And number two, I owe a duty to my country and to many personal friends that I work with who, along with me, were involved in the advocacy of our country. The government of Liberia was not owned by President Taylor, nor is it owned by President Salif. And tomorrow, if you get elected, it will not be owned by you. The best and the brightest in our country, and this is what this country do, and this is what you must encourage our leaders to do. The bright and brightest of our country must come together. After election, we disagree during election, you CDC, you PYC, you NCC, you PDC. When you finish, when the election is over, today, Chuck Hagel, a Republican, is Secretary of Defense. In the election, Colin Powell, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs in the Republican government, endorsed President Obama. That is what democracy is. We may disagree on issues and programs and methods, but at the end of the day, we try to put together not a partisan government. Because President Salih asked me and I accepted to work in this government, people normally just assume that I joined UP. That's not true. That's not correct. This government is a UP-led, just like the government here. It's a Democratic Party-led. But it is not owned by President Obama. Each Liberian who believes you have competence and qualification to assist the country proceed, it must be a duty you share. One of the things we do, we sit down and say, oh, I will wait until my party government comes. It's not about partisanship. And I think when President Salif takes somebody like me, a critic, and say, Mr. Brown, I listened to you in my first term, criticize me. You condemn this, you condemn that. Can you join me and let us see how we can help the country? It's not because of 2,300. Can I not get in here if I were working here? I'm qualified to work here. Trust me. Believe me. Or even in any other African country. Or even in the private sector in my own country. But I want to help my country. What good is it if I just sit on the side and try to bring my country down all the time? I just find the worst thing that's wrong with it. Like there is the country Umachine government because the former Chief Justice, who is a the former Chief Justice arrested somebody before. What is this? I'm not saying that, even if that were true, I'm not saying it's right. But that man has passed. Is that why we want to bring the government down now? Because the former Chief Justice arrested somebody? I'm saying, my dear brother, I don't want you to even trust me. I want you to trust your country and to trust your country's future. That if each of us give a little bit of ourselves to our country as a matter of public service, our country can be better. And that's what I'm talking about. Let us stop this business of short-circuiting our country's progress. We have come from a very difficult place. It's like our national car was driving, as I gave the example one time. Our national car against other people on the superhighway, we fell in a ditch. We have just, the only thing we have been able to do is to move the car from in the hole and put it down. The tire stayed flat. In fact, the tire not flat, the tire burst. The engine not working properly. It is you need to find the best mechanic. It doesn't matter if that mechanic for CDC, or that mechanic for UP, or that mechanic for MPP. Let's find the best mechanic. Let's find the best tire man. So that we can move our country forward. We can put our national vehicle back on the superhighway and move it forward. While we are doing this and fighting each other over trivialities, our country, other people's country passing by us, other people's national vehicle passing by us. And that's why I joined this government. Not because I left my party. I joined this government because I believe I can contribute something to help my country at a time when my country needs me the most. Today, I think Liberia needs all of its qualified people. And if each of us can join, you're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not our government. You're doing it for your people. And if each of us can join, you're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing it for Ellen Johnson and leave. You're not doing
Thank you, Minister Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have a recommendation? We are having a technical problem here. We have to close this program. Do you have a recommendation, caller? The caller cannot hear us. We are having a technical problem. Our system cannot reboot here. We're trying to solve the problem, but we're just gonna leave that caller like that. We apologize to all of you because we are not going to be able to take all of you tonight because of the volume of call. We have 998 here. So we're going to go to the line here and ask Tarloh Quiwonkpa to give us a closing statement while she's demonstrating at this time.
Well, Mr. Duflo, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to also thank the callers. I'd also like to thank the minister for his insights, some of which were very inconsistent. I just want to say that we are all Liberians. We all do love our nation. We all share the pain our country is going through. Our country, the population is less than 5 million. We all know what resources have gone into that country. And we do understand that the minister just said it is not Ellen's government, it is Liberian government, but it has not been the case at all. She's got her family in the government as though they own the government, and I did make reference to that in my opening statement. So I beg to differ with the good old minister. One thing you should realize that we are not terrorists. The protesters should be given the right to protest in Liberia. They will abide by the rules that they have to be civil and protest so that we can have corruption, the corrupt leaders in our country. Those who building their homes, Mr. Brown, home that he built at Kinaja, next to Kinaja, those corrupt, we know what's going on, that someday they can be brought to justice, that our people, the investors, the money that is coming in our country should be distributed among our people who, over the past 14 years, who live in slums that Madam Celine Johnson caused to go through their suffering. It is time that they listen to the people, they provide for our people in the villages, decentralization of the wealth of that country, and that when they are signing contracts, they should think about the people whose land, whose timber are being destroyed, and that environmental issues should be taken into consideration. Those have not been done. I want to remind our audience that we are not violent. We're only doing this because we want corruption to stop, if not eliminated. I understand that the minister is saying that I'm bad-mouthing the government. He did that even worse than what I've seen, and the records are dead. It's only because they're all greatest seekers, want to get in power, they forget the very people they are fighting for. I just want us to be clear about it. We'll be very civil. I can assure you all, I have never been a violent person before. I have never shot anyone. I have never been arrested in America. Enough is enough when it comes to corruption. The lip sentences that Madam Ellen Johnson said in her government and telling our people they're fighting corruption, it must stop. And how will it stop? She said that they were going to declare an asset. Today's date, we have not seen one website that has what asset they have declared. Today, commissions, presidential commissions on corruption were appointed, over 8, including the Dawn Commission. Those findings are still underneath Ellen's desk. Nothing has been done. The corrupt individuals who have stolen millions of dollars, they are all driving that $80,000 car in the street of Monrovia while our people are still suffering. Nothing has been done to them. They are enjoying, they're investing their money, they even have contracts with these concessions. It's enough, it's enough, it's enough. So my plea right now is corruption, and let it be clear. Corruption must stop, or if not stop, it should be minimized, eliminated, and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has not done it. So I just want to say, once again, before I close, that our people in Liberia, as they protest on Tuesday, I will appeal to them to be very civil. The cause is corruption, and that's it. Our cause is a cause for the voiceless. I appeal to the government that I will be given the fullest protection under the law and the Constitution, that they should have the right to protest. And we will have in our position statement that will be presented to the United Nations and, Madam Salif, what we will have to see done based on the Constitution. I thank you once again, and God bless Liberia and its people.
Thank you. That was the voice of Tarloh Quiwonkpa, co-chair concerned Movement of Liberians Against Corruption, MOLA. We're going to go to Jerry Wetiwon, Director of Communication, concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. Jerry?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, thank you very much. Is there a way I can acquire a copy of this recording for historical reference?
Yes, we can do that. Let's talk about that after the program, sir.
All right. I want to thank you very much. I want to thank the Minister of Information, representative of Liberia. And what we are saying today, it's all about the future of our country. Obama said in Cape Town, people want to use election cycles as an excuse to perpetuate their misrule, corruption, to protect corrupt leaders, tyrants, and dictators. Saying Constitution gives the people the right to rise up and demand the removal of their leaders. I have given countless examples of the violation with impunity of the Constitution and the rule of law in Liberia. Brian said, oh, man, you're talking about former. Well, we're paying the man our tax money for pension. Why can't he refund the money and we put him in jail for the abuses he did? The president did the same thing, putting our money. Brian said he doesn't know. Bro, I'm glad this thing is recorded. I hope you will live long enough. Auditor General John Moro did an audit on this thing about the $10 million. You say you don't know about it. You say you read the budget. You saw your salary. You saw the lowest man's salary, but you didn't see the president and the vice president's salary. That is very interesting, Louis Brown. Very, very interesting. In America, there is what we call the unregulated underground economy. That doesn't factor into the percentages in terms of the unemployment rate and what have you. In Liberia, you're trying to polish it and give it all kind of different names. When you sell it to Cafe and this and that, it may not be enough, but you are counted in the 3.7% of the unemployment rate the government is talking about. Can you imagine? Is this the Harvard economic the woman supposedly studied? Read her book. I was the very person. I helped that woman to sell that book here because I went page by page from that book. Ellen said in the book she failed the key component of economics, statistical economics. Ellen went to London. She was interviewed by the staff of allafrica.com. They asked her, Harvard graduate, blah, 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 what is the unemployment rate like? She said, we don't know. We're waiting for the statistics from the ILO. She just leveled it out. I have to say ILO is such a branch in the Ministry of Labor Youth and the Ministry of Labor in Liberia. ILO is based in Geneva, Switzerland. Trying to fool the people. They have an economic research. You're waiting for ILO, which is based in. You're supposed to feed them the data for them to compile it into the global data. All these cosmetic excuses, window dressing, and all this stuff we've been hearing. We must sit down here and wait. The 2017 people are looting and raiding our treasury. We're not going to put up with that. You don't know the president's salary, but you know your salary. You know the lowest man's salary. You're supposed to start. Obama's salary here in America is $400,000. I pay his salary, so I have the right to know. Shame on you for you to come here as information minister. You don't know the president's salary, but you know the lowest honest salary in Liberia. Shame on you. The same thing you cover up for these people here, my brother. I will tell it like it is. Tomorrow I'm reading on my program. Tom will use open letter to Ellen Johnson in 2005. Detailing her role in the Liberian Holocaust. Thank God, war crimes don't carry any statute of limitation. Ellen can run, but she can't hide. See where child killer is. There's a room there for her. We will send her there. We will send her there. I say it. Don't joke with the Liberian pool. Don't joke with the Liberian pool. 250,000 Liberian life you think is something to joke about? You come out here. You say for Taylor. She sold Taylor into captivity right there. She wrote a letter to the Nigerian government, Obasanjo, and she was hiding it. She came back with you there because she wanted to vote on the MPP. You in the MPP. She wanted to vote on the MPP. She lied. She said, oh, I didn't write Obasanjo any letter. Only later on, for the Obasanjo press secretary to start waving the letter. They didn't let her, after she had gotten the vote, the MPP, you in the MPP, you say you are founding member. Tell me you don't know about these things here. Start waving the letter. Like Judas sold Jesus for 30 people. Say, well, Ellen wanted to be president, so she got to get rid of Charles Taylor. But she wanted to cover up her own sins, trying to wash the blood of the Liberian people, you know, with that Nobel Peace Prize and the Indira Gandhi Peace Prize 2 weeks ago. It would not work.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I've finished.
Thank you. But next time before you come to Liberia, Destiny Debaters, I hope you read our text message. It says you cannot insult anyone. Mr. Brown,
who did I insult here?
You said you used the word that you lie.
Oh, yeah. They've told Obama he lied a whole lot of time on Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity.
You can take that to the White House and call him a lie. But when you come to Liberia Destiny Debaters, you have to agree that
you've indirectly accused me of lying. You know, you've been siding with the government here. First of all, you all called me up, say technical, whatever. That was a hogwash excuse. I know you all did that purposefully because I was raising the key issues with facts. And so you caught me off.
Let me tell you something. I am not a member of the ruling party. I am not a member of any political party in the Republic of Liberia. Period. I don't gain anything from here. I spend 6-7 hours just doing what I can do to help move Liberia forward through say what and political discourse. I have nothing to give from here other than I spend more than 7-8 hours to put this program together. I don't get a cent. So I'm sorry if you feel that way. Minister Brown, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Tiflo, and thank you again. I think this is my 4th appearance on your show. I want to thank you. I want to thank all those who listen. I want to thank Jerry. I want to thank Tyler. I want to thank all your callers. We need to continue to discuss our country, but we'll continue to discuss it in the light of how we can go forward and not go backwards. When you listen to closing like the one that my friend Jerry just did, you want to wonder, you know, is it really about, like the caller said, is it really about corruption? Because that's an argument we want to have. That's a conversation the country needs. Is it? And let me be very clear. This government will continue to protect the right. Like I said from the very beginning, every time Liberians exercise the right to disagree with the government, whether through protest or peaceful demonstration, what you do is you validate the government democratic credentials. You don't need to remind us to protect that right. It is a solemn duty that we have to protect that right. At home and abroad, we continue to protect the rights of Liberians to disagree with their government. We don't see a test of our democratic credential as being where everybody just agree with us. No. But we hope that at the end of the day, our country, contrary to what people believe, this government by the people, for the people, will remain one by the people and for the people. I know individuals have personal reasons to be angry for one thing or the other. And the more I listen, the more I'm convinced. You say somebody violated the law, you say, I will put that, we will put her in jail. Now, one time did I hear either Tyler or Jerry, and I stand to be corrected, Tiflo, refer to President Sirleaf as President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. It's as if in their mind, she is not president. They got to get her at all costs. We cannot do this to our country. The time has passed when we used to think, oh no, we just go move one president and then the problem of our country solved. That's not true. Our problems are as old as the foundation of our republic. We are methodically, deliberately taking intelligent steps to rid the country of many of its vices and problems. At the heart of corruption is a value system that is rotting, that is broken down. When Liberians were asked whether they saw any institution in their society that was not corrupt, again, I refer you to the Corruption Perception Report, recently published by Transparency International. 75% of Liberians believe in fact, 80% believe including the private sector, the church, the mosque, international NGO, every institution of their society is corrupt. What are we doing to fight it? We are taking deliberate steps. We are building the capacity of our institution. We are trying to govern differently, including permitting discordant voices to be heard. Today, people, even though you want to adapt old tactics, Liberians are being heard who were for a long time silenced on many issues. So, I'm appealing to all Liberians. Continue to exercise your citizenship right, and the government will continue to defend your right to do so. But let us not reverse the clock. Let us continue to build on what has been achieved in our country. I don't care how blind you are as a critic. You cannot refuse the fact that our country has come a long way, that we have made significant progress. My words, Isaac, significant progress. Significant in terms of the fact that we can build upon it and cure many of the vices that our country has suffered for so long. I'm only appealing to all of us. Let us do those things that will improve the lot of the people we say we care for. If you care for somebody in Mimba who you say drinking dirty water, then let's do something to increase the number of wells that the government continue to put there. If you are a nurse here, when the last time you did something back home for your village? Because it's a duty we share. The government can do so much, but each of us must do our own. I listened to my friend Jerry closing and say he paid Obama salary, so he needs to know it. Jerry, if you pay Obama salary, then you need to know, but are you paying Ellen Johnson salary too? So I beg us, let us continue to improve our country. And I want to thank you, D-Flow, for the efforts you are making as well. Look, it's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to be debating intelligently overnight because we're still used to negatives about each other. We're still used to calling each other all kinds of names. But with these kinds of constructive engagement, we'll continue to get better. I will be at the UN. I look forward to seeing Tarloh. I look forward to us talking more. But it's important to realize Liberian people made a decision. In 2006, they reconfirmed that decision in 2011. I think the next political course is to prepare yourself, prepare your political party, prepare your ambition for the next election, either in 2014 or 2017. But I can assure you, this country will not reverse course. We will not permit anyone to hijack the democratic process. We will not permit that. We will definitely not do that. You can read it in your Holy Bible and carry it to the bank. This country has suffered too long. We will not permit people with personal gripes, personal vendetta, hidden anger and ambition to come and cloud the Liberian people and say, we in charge of the Liberian people, fair Liberian people suffering, when actually what you really mean is that you veil with the president for something that happened between you in the past, or you veil because somebody was sick or somebody died or somebody. Anger as you may feel. We ask you to find a way, sit down with the president, you'll solve your problem, and let our country move on. We will not permit anybody. You can do peaceful protest. You can demonstrate. Myself want to join in a peaceful protest. I want to see what they're talking about. I want to receive the letter as the Minister of Information. So I will try do my best to be there. But we will not. We are determined as a government. We'll take every step. And you can mark that also, Jerry. We'll take every step to make sure that this democratic process is not reversed.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Liberia Destiny Debaters at Control. My name is D-Flow from the Saturn, and we want to say thank you all for calling in. Thanks goes to Mr. Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, Tarloh Quiwonkpa, co-chaired Movement of Liberians Against Corruption, MULA, Jerry T1, Communication Director, concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. It was epic and informative having all of you on tonight, and we hope we keep it stable as we continue to fight for the destiny of our country, Mama Liberia. Wish you all good luck. Thank you all again.
Thank you.
And good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night to all of you.
Good night.
Thank you.